sometimes you can't trust me, but nowadays you can trust me. They switch up on you. They switch up on you. Turn back on you. Do some shit you ain't never imagined they ever do to you, man. It's just crazy. It's just like, I don't know who to trust. Everybody switching up. I can't trust these niggas. No, I can't trust these hoes. Niggas be shooting, but they put their tail. So I'ma just stick to myself. Cause I can't trust these niggas. No, I can't trust these hoes. Don't trust no nigga, not even the one you rockin' with. Cause they'll switch up and stitch on you when you least suspect it. If you live in these streets, you gotta keep protection. Hold up on my money, I been grinding while you niggas rest. I left him like a brother until he showed me his true color. Said he rockin' with us, but fucking with the suckers on the under. Lesson learned, be mistaken, I will make another. Been fucking up, my family want me to do better. Trust is what's keeping everybody together. If we ain't got that, then how the fuck we gon' ride together? I'm not a bad person, I just grew up with no guidance. And through the years, I learned the hand to feed you, don't bite it. My brother always told me, peep the ones you keep around you. When you broke, they ain't here. When you got it, that's when they around you. Fuck the niggas, you don't need them. Rock by yourself, shoot by yourself, make music come up by yourself. I get it on my own, I really don't need the help. I'm thugging on my own, cause I can't tell on my fucking self. How you shoot to be the first to start snitching niggas, bitches, and they hard, but they really ain't with it. Just be talking out his neck for the fan bitches. Put on the show for what it never really been that serious. How you claim what you don't got? I'm just being curious. Stay on your team, cause this beat shit is getting serious. I don't know who to trust. Everybody switching up.
This beat shit getting serious. Good morning, you all.
I can trust these hoes. Niggas be shooting, but it's what they tell. So I'ma just stick
Hit
to
the like
myself.
button, you all. Hit the like
I can
button.
trust these niggas.
The realest channel you can come to in the morning.
I don't got no trust for none of you niggas. Fuck, I don't got no trust for none of you bitches.
It's a dirty game out here in these streets. Hey, you all. Man. Hey, I don't have trust for none of these motherfuckers. Woo-wee. What I tell you, it's getting real out here. What the mess is going on? Man, I hope you guys had a great weekend. I know I certainly was mourning the loss of my relative. And then the very next day, December 11th, made 10 years that I lost my mom. And I decided to just, take a little, couple days off and mourn with the family and, celebrate the life of my mom as well as my relative. And now I'm back. So, hey, everybody, welcome to my channel. I am your host. Hollywood Next presents Pieces of the Puzzle. And I just wanted to come on here and I want to read something to you guys, and then y'all could chime in, let me know what's going on. I mean, I think I know what's going on, but it don't have anything to do with me, even though my name was brought up in one platform. But hey, when you dance with devils, you will get burned because you're holding the hands of hotness. I mean, it's just devil. You can't be you can't straddle the fence in these YouTube streets. Either you is or you ain't. And it looks like the setup is so real, and the more come out, the more being revealed. I want to go over a blogger's content. I'm gonna shout it out because I need to use her content. I took notes, y'all. Okay, like I'm really working behind the scenes to understand more and more of what's happening in this saga as we approach the motion being filed. This to me, I told you guys, is called the elimination process. So what's happening is people is being eliminated. What I would say is, as an advice, is to let's be consciously and cautiously aware of words that are being used when you hear some of these people's commentary. So as I probably got chance to review it like wee hours of this morning. And that nigga said, I brought you in and I'll take you out. I had to crack that joke because I thought that joker is funny as hell. He said, I don't mess with the woman down there in San Francisco. Mm. And baby, let me tell you, likewise, I don't mess with you up there in the Detroit. But shout out to the D, shout out to Detroit. You know, I don't have a problem with Detroit. Actually, it's a very beautiful place, state and city. You know, so shout out to the D. But that one individual over there, the Reverend, the Reverend Do Wrong. Ooh, shit. We gonna get some laughters in the morning. I promise y'all. Y'all is at the right place. So let me just tell y'all, yes, be cautiously aware because again, when you hear people say they brought you in, thank God I stumbled in this on my own. I walked right through the front door and I'm gonna walk right back out the front door. I'm not going out no windows. I'm not jumping down no stairs. I'm gonna go out the way I came in. And so since I came in alone, I move alone. But baby, it is some madness happening in these YouTube streets. And yes, there is no content out here. I already said that. There's no content out here. So if you get anything, it's gonna be these the show. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot going on between this person and that person and this person. And hey, I'm not getting in that because that don't have nothing to do with me. I don't want to get in that, even if it did have something to do with me, which it doesn't, because that's why I have to move along. Because when somebody get into something, whatever they get into, that's for them. Because if it was for me, then it would be me. But what's for me is for me, and what's for them is for them. But baby, it is not a game. And so I'm here to just tell y'all be aware, y'all keep your eyes and ears open because again, we all asked the question, how did this individual come into this fight for R. Kelly? And now that and I told you guys this before, you know, you got thieves fighting amongst thieves. So what I'm hearing is because this person was collecting cash apps that it sound like some hood dudes or YouTube dudes are due to the people who brought in the individual. And because no one knows how much an individual is really making, but maybe there was some type of an agreement. And this is just my own assumption. I could be wrong, I could be right, but it just feels right. So I'm going to say it. And if it's wrong, then hey, it is what it is. But it just sounds like this was all money grab, money schemes. Okay, like he said, let's bring this new individual in, new ears, new eyes, you know, regardless to what. But then when they put the comparison together to this blogger with this blogger, and look how this one came in, and look how that came in, and look what this one did, and look what this one did, look what this one got, look what this one is getting. It's just like, are you guys for real? See, that's why I say when you come in stuff and you do things for the wrong reasons, then you get the wrong outcome. But when you come in for the right reasons, then you get the right outcome. So it's safe to say that, you know, what's happening and is happening because God don't like ugly, you know, and he's not fond of pretty. And with that being said, you know, you can't go around here you know, doing wrong and thinking right gonna come up out of it because God sees everything. We may not see what's happening behind closed doors. We may not see what's happening, you know, around you know, when we can what we can't see, you know, we only can see what we can see and hear what we can hear. And so that with that being said, it's like, yeah, it's just a lot of madness happening. And it's so unfortunate that because when people go down, you know, it really does affect scammers. It sends out a high alert, like scam alert, scam alert, scam alert. So if I post anything, trust and believe me, I cross T's, I dot I's, I really do my research. And then I encourage you guys to also research even what I posted and whatever I put out as well. There will be more to come. This is not the day that I'm going to reveal what needs to come out. I'm still holding back on that because I want to present it to you guys in such a beautiful organic way that everybody is going to relate to it once it does hit the fan. So I'm still holding on to God's unchanging hand. Nothing has changed, and still yelling free R. Kelly, free them all, free Larry Hoover. That's what we over here doing for the men's rights and for the injustice of those who are dealing with it and their loved ones. Definitely love goes out to everybody who is affected by someone who may be wrongfully accused, wrongfully convicted, and having to deal with just the whole battle of the fight within itself. So um the IRS is watching. Yeah, the IRS, the IRS is on high alert. And so taxes is right around the corner. And man, that's why I say it's good to have a job, be able to get up, go to work, you know what I'm saying, and clock in and clock out and get that good money, man. Like, I don't know what I would do without. Okay, so now with that being said, let me grab my notes, which I just got. And so I wanna break down a commentary. And shout out to Niki Knight. I don't know her personally or anything, and I know there was some misunderstanding, a couple years ago with content, but I definitely want to give her a shout out because what I'm about to do is break down one of her lives that she did a year ago on the Khan himself. And so I think this right here is going to really be very helpful in us understanding a lot. And if you listen to how I'm going to break it down, this stuff is coming out of the mouth of the individual himself. And so, you can't make this stuff up. I gave you guys a snippet over you know, the last week I gave y'all like literally a snippet. But if you think that was something, wait until you hear this, okay? So, okay, I'm not gonna be able to put my earpiece in because y'all need to be able to hear this for yourself. But let me just turn this down so I can get to it. So 1 second, y'all. You don't want to miss this live. So go tell a friend to tell a friend your girl Pieces of the Puzzle is on and she's about to put some Monday pieces together. Since there's no content, what better way of moving forward is to look back a little bit and then get to where we are and how we got here. Because see, one thing about this information is that it's going to help us understand a lot, and I mean a lot, of what we may not have understood at the time when this came out. But baby, you will understand today because Pieces is gonna put it together one piece at a time. Okay, now I'm fit to turn this up for y'all, and we're gonna break this stuff down. I got my minute marks too, so let me grab my minute marks. Let's see. Ooh, yes. Okay. So this is the breakdown, and I should have retitled this, but people come in, they'll see it is what it is, and then I can go back and fix the title later. But definitely wanted to go over this on this beautiful Monday morning. So you don't want to miss this live. I think this live is going to be very informational, informative, and help us all to understand again the roles of Don Russell, what he did in this fight, and let's just focus on what we over here at Pieces of the Puzzle is doing, and then let everybody else, the thieves that's fighting amongst the thieves, fight, because baby, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I would never entertain anything that's not positive and moving in the direction that we need to be focusing on. So this is going to help us understand not only how R. Kelly got his bonds denied, but it's also going to help us understand the charges that he's dealing with in Chicago. And so, with that being said, yeah, you don't want to miss this live. So let's get into it. Here we go. And shout out again to Niki Knight for this interview that she did. I mean, her spirit and her just being unbiased and not having a fork in the fight or a dog in this fight, she was able to get so much out of him that even though we saw this and some of us may not have related to it all. I think with my breakdown, we're gonna get it together today. So let's put these pieces together to the puzzle together, one piece at a time. Here we go. Tell them who you are and how you got into this fight.
Advisor or consultant. Well, I'm Don Russell. Me and Rob go way back. We used to street perform together back in the day. He would be playing his piano in the subways, and we were tap dancers, me and my cousin, and we would constantly, fight over the stop. He would end up there first, or we would end up there first. He was a few years older than us, so he didn't have to go to school at that time. We did. So the rush hour time is the best time to get down there and really, make the best bang for your buck and your time. So that was how we actually met, street performing. Then after that, once we ended our years in the streets, Rob went on. He was doing the music thing, and we were doing the dance thing. So we went off and did Broadway. Me and my cousin went to the Highest Ice River Dance, Noise Funk, Johnny's Last Jam, a lot of those shows all over the world touring. And he was doing this thing in music. I mean, we would often meet up in different towns and cities and, just laugh and fun and have fun and talk about, the good old days being in the subway and things that we were going to do one day. So, being in the entertainment industry, of course, I kept my ears to the ground about a lot of things that he was dealing with and going through. They said they can't really hear you, so if you could, speak up a little bit. Is that better? Yeah, that's better. That's better. So, like I said, being in the entertainment industry, we did a lot of, I kept my ears to the ground about what was going on in his career. We would often meet up in different towns and cities and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. And when you're in the industry, you have access to, to get certain updates, that are from the inner circle versus what's being said out into the public. So that's just it. I mean, that's how we met each other. And over the years, that's all it was for about 20 plus years. How I became involved with his career was he.
Let me pause that because I don't want one to fly over the cuckoo's nest. He said how he got involved with R. Kelly's career. Okay? Career. This is him explaining how he got involved with R. Kelly's career. Let's go.
I heard the song I Admit. And at the time, I was headed back out to California. I've got businesses out in California that I was going back to re-engage with. And I heard the song, and I'm like, that can't be for real. I mean, I heard rumors about, his money and his financial situations. But, when somebody's got to that height, it's always money stashed here, money invested in that. How many times Donald Trump filed for bankruptcy, but he wasn't really broke. He was hiding money or whatever. So in my mind, it was like, there's no way he's broke. He's just, maybe trying to escape some collectors or somebody trying to sue him. But when he put that song out there, was like, that's a little different because now that's him saying it. It's not me hearing the rumors. And so I drove back to Chicago. I turned back around, went back to Chicago, and I drove straight to his studio, and it was like, say it ain't so. I mean, so he at the time was down there having an engagement. He flew me back to the studio and, just kind of broke down everything that was going to me. And I'm like, holy crap. You know what I mean? And I'm like, wow. I mean, that's heavy. Like to hear him say it out of his own mouth, and he was real candid about the situation that he was in, and I'm like, wow. So, Rob, I mean, I've got a lot of industry connects. By that time, I had owned the recording studio.
Let me pause it. He said, Rob, I got a lot of industry connections. And what people may not have heard is whom he was connected to. I know a lot of y'all say Sony had a lot to do with this. I know a lot of rumors going around. Well, let's see who's connected to Sony.
I had worked with over 7 years with Sony as an A&R director there.
There we go. There you have it. He worked with Sony for 7 years as an A&R. So could it be that Sony used him to come in to take down Kells? Let's just listen further. These are all speculations. And no, I would not be saying alleged. You know why I'm not going to say alleged? Because this comes out the horse's mouth. There's no alleged when it comes out the horse's mouth. You only say alleged when you are uncertain. This is factual information. So there's no alleged coming over here.
Wow, I mean, I've got a lot of industry connects. By that time, I had owned a recording studio. I had worked with over 7 years with Sony as an A&R director there. I associate producer on Steve Harvey, Bernie Mac show. And I had resources and connections in the industry. So I'm like, well, Rob, and then a lot of financial connections. I had actually started a tech company at the time.
Let me pause it. He said he had a lot of financial connections as well. Well, you don't think R. Kelly got connections? You don't think R. Kelly got industry connections and financial connections and connections out the river? But I want you guys to hear how he got R. Kelly's intellectual property, his masters. I'm going to let y'all hear it for yourself, how he came in out the wind and swooped in and came and got what everybody says Sony owns or RCA owns or whatever publishing R. Kelly was last with owns. Okay, so let's just listen though. We got to listen to people when they speak, and if some of this goes over y'all head, I'm gonna make sure it don't go over mine, because over here we cross T's, we dot I's, and we put pieces to the puzzle together, one piece at a time. Pay attention, y'all.
And my restaurant business is kind of booming, so I had connections that I could reach out to and resources that I'm like, okay, well, let me pull.
Where you could kind of help him out and things like that.
Exactly.
And this is why he feels he needs 10% to 20% of whatever he did. He need that money back, recoup through R. Kelly himself. But don't take my word for it. Let's listen to the man speak out the horse mouth, and we'll continue to break this down one piece at a time. Let's go.
That's what it started off was like, let's roll up our sleeves. There was no official position because from the song, I didn't, and then from what I had known, I never wanted to be another manager, Tim. Because one, I have a fiduciary responsibility to my shareholders to not take on any other responsibility or any other job.
Let me pause it. He has a responsibility as well as a position to the company he works for that he cannot take on other responsibilities, managerial and things of that nature, because of the contract that he's in with the company that he is speaking about. Let's continue to grab these pieces to the puzzle.
While I'm the president and CEO of my company. So I just said, listen, let me come in and consult and advise you, and then let's open up some different channels to create,
So let me pause it. He said to R. Kelly, let me come in to consult you and advise you. But nobody asked for your help. You offered your help. So that right there, we're going to go ahead and just say your 10 to 20% has been null and voided because you offered your services. No one asked you for any of your services. I'm just pointing this stuff out. Don't judge me, judge him.
Revenue, and that's essentially how it began. He was talking about, really kind of coming back from doing the shows, and he wanted to embrace doing some, some writing for some theatricals, putting together like a content fulfillment center where he would write for different companies, whether it was commercials, books, whatever it was. We wanted to diversify his brand, and that's what we really did. R. Kelly is a brand. It's not just a man.
He said we wanted to come in and diversify it. Y'all have to listen to his words because the words have meanings to it, and it's a whole nother language. It's not your average layman terms of when we say hello and we say goodbye. That hello has a broad band of meanings. So when you hear diversify, that also has a broad band of meanings. It's not your average meaning. It's more let me come in and take your shit from you type of talk. But this is the language. So let's listen to the language as well as the words.
Robert Kelly works for the R. Kelly brand. So it's like Michael Jordan, the brand Jordan. So the first thing was we had to exterminate. There was a lot of, as part of what he had, kind of confined.
Let me pause it. He said the first thing we had to do was come in and exterminate it. Now let him continue.
To me there was a lot of internal He called them snakes. I mean, that's what he said. Listen, hey, everybody out there is a snake. I don't trust nobody. And I said, okay. He said, so right now I'm one and you two. And I'm like, and he said, so that's all you need to worry about. Just go out here and do your thing, and don't let nobody know what it is that you're doing. I'm like, okay, cool, not a problem. He was being managed by James Mason, and at the time, and Holder was his accountant, John Holder.
And let me pause it so y'all can know who James Mason is. James Mason is the manager who was federally indicted for threatening the Savages through a phone call, who the Savages claims that the Clary was on the phone call as well and heard the phone call, but who did hear the phone call was the police officer, because they are the ones who recorded the phone conversation. John Holder is the accountant who overcharged R.Kelly and basically was getting $60,000 to $80,000 a year. That's a fact that came out during the trial, during his testimony. And you guys can go check out some of my videos for those testimonies that occurred during trial. Okay, so let's just continue, just helping y'all understand who each individual is, so we can break down this piece of the puzzle one piece at a time.
So the first thing was really, I mean, when you're actually rebuilding a brand, you have to find out how fragile it is and how unstable it is. And
let me pause it, because what he just said was he is rebuilding a brand. So what that means is he's rebuilding R. Kelly, is what he's basically saying. But let's just continue to listen. Hey, Robert Lee, I see you, baby.
You know what the foundation is made up of. So
basically, like, who's a part of the team, who don't need to be a part of the team.
Well, and the team, because we were building a whole new team. I had brought in some guys from Goldman Sachs. I had brought in some IT guys to build digital platforms. I brought in some investors. We did a roundtable meeting. He loved it because it was like, okay, this is a new fresh start, a new beginning. So everything was moving. I mean, we had purchased some property to put.
Let me pause it. He said we purchased property, but then he has to correct himself. He ain't purchased a damn thing. It's alleged on this one, is what I will say, alleged that someone actually gifted them with some property. He's going to tell you. So I really could take the alleged off, but I'm just saying on that particular point, alleged, but he's going to confirm is really not alleged. It's actually a fact.
Studios in and all of that kind of stuff. And actually wouldn't purchase it. One of our investors gifted us with it, but we still had to do some things to clear it up. And he had really started embracing this new transition that he was ready to, dive into. But the issue was,
let me pause it. So what just happened was he came in, he got R. Kelly, he offered his services to R. Kelly, because R. Kelly didn't ask his help. He offered his services to R. Kelly. Upon him offering his services to R. Kelly, now he thinks that he has something going on with R. Kelly. Okay. Now, why he think he got something going on with R. Kelly is because he was gifted a building, and then they had to do some work to get that cleared. He stated that he came in to offer to consult and to advise R. Kelly, and all around consulting and advising R. Kelly. He also created a new team for R. Kelly. So now he thinking he got this new team. I'm assuming, and this is alleged for this part, is that this is going to be, like he said, he owns his company being Indie Build. Now they want to diversify it. They want to get R. Kelly to do writings on this project, that project, and all these different projects that he has put around R. Kelly. So what he did was he fenced himself. He caged R. Kelly in. He boxed R. Kelly in. Now R. Kelly is locked in his mind, in Don Russell's mind. R. Kelly is locked in. But now they can't do nothing. So their project is about to be on hold. The reason their project is about to be on hold is because of what's about to be revealed from him. Lifetime is all I'll say. Surviving those lies. Here we go.
His finances were kind of in the toilet. So I covered as much as I could with the permission of my shareholders for about 3 or 4 months. I mean, whatever it was that he couldn't have it was an investment to us. It's like,
let me pause it. You hear him say he consulted with his people, his finances, to see how they could cover R. Kelly up to 3 to 4 months to help R. Kelly with finances that, you know, Kells allegedly did not have. And I'm saying allegedly did not have because this is Don speaking, not R. Kelly. So he's claiming that, you know, they like I said, they put this cage around R. Kelly, they boxed him in, got him to get connected. He got Kells to get connected to him by offering his services, and now he's expecting 10 to 20% out of this because he feels that this is what he put up, this is what he was doing, but he really wasn't asked. He offered his services, and so let's continue.
This is a guy that we are in the entertainment industry, you know, tech applications that we build for the entertainment industry, to put his name on those platforms, you know, in those.
Let me pause it, because what he is saying is they got their own company, Indie Builds, and now they got the tech company, they got this, they got that, and what we're doing is putting R. Kelly's name on this stuff, and so it's about to fuck up what they trying to do with R. Kelly. So because of Surviving R. Kelly is about to come out, so this is why he overstepped his boundaries to go in and try to muscle up these cease and desist letters, these gun threats. You're gonna hear him denying a lot of stuff, but with the facts that are out here today, this right here is going to make all the sense in the world why he did what he did, and how he already knew there was a federal investigation occurring before R. Kelly was even charges was even brought against R. Kelly, anything federal that was brought against R. Kelly, he was already aware of it because he is about to admit that he was under investigation. And so how do you know this unless you already was in communications with the feds, and now that you were in communication with the feds, you have a role to do. So this is how you guys are going to unravel hit Don Russell's role in the takedown of R. Kelly, okay? Because he inserted himself to be his legal advisor or his his consultant, and he did this on his own. But let's listen to this, because like I said, we're breaking this down piece by piece today.
The different applications, we felt that it would attract, you know, a higher level of market.
He's stuttering. Let me rewind it a couple of notches so y'all can hear this straight through.
We are in the entertainment industry, you know,
listen.
Tech applications that we build for the entertainment industry, to put his name on those platforms, you know.
They built this shit, and then they wanted to put R. Kelly's name on those platforms. So he built a company specifically to put R. Kelly's name on it, is what he's basically saying. But he's talking in circles, he's talking in riddles. But baby, over here, I'm gonna break down the riddles, I'm gonna break down the slanguage, the street terminology, as well as the professional terminology. Well, over here, you're gonna get these pieces to the puzzle, one piece at a time. I will not clout y'all, but help y'all clear y'all better judgments for a clearer and better understanding. Free R. Kelly.
And those the different applications, we are in the entertainment industry, you know, tech applications that we build for the entertainment industry, to put his name on those platforms, you know, in those different applications, we felt that it would attract, you know, a higher level of market,
like revenue.
Well, yeah, well, that's next. I mean, but you have to be attractive to your stakeholders, people that want to come in and help you build a brand. So we did that. And then, you know, the thing about Lifetime, the rumors of Lifetime hit while we were out on the tour.
Let me pause that. He said what happened with Lifetime is really going to be the destruction of indie bills. But pay attention, y'all, because what y'all may not have understood and what y'all may not have known is, you know how you have promoters out here that promotes items and like shows and events and premieres and things of that nature. And so you have it to where Lifetime actually became a part of the promoter show for R. Kelly. So Lifetime promoted R. Kelly. They put up their money to have a tour for R. Kelly. Who knew that? Put a one in the chat if you knew Lifetime had did a tour for R. Kelly. Put a two in the chat if you was not aware that Lifetime had something to do with R. Kelly having one of his last tours. I want y'all to put y'all answer in there, and while y'all putting y'all ones and twos in there, pay very close attention to these pieces of the puzzle that I am presenting to y'all, one piece at a time.
And it was like, okay, we can't take the next step. We did that. And then the thing about Lifetime, the rumors of Lifetime hit while we were out on the tour. And it was like, okay, we can't take the next steps until we figure out how deep this rabbit hole is. So what I did was I dispatched a team to start investigating, what we were hearing, the chatter about the Lifetime thing. And
you're talking about the first surviving R. Kelly. You guys were on tour, and then while you were on tour, the Surviving R. Kelly aired, and then from there you kind of devised a plan to and investigate, is what you're saying, as to the rumors that was alleged. Is that what I'm gathering?
It's something like that, right? Exactly. So the first part of it to me was, okay, we've already heard about the young ladies accused, and I've been in the industry for years, and I know how, I guess for a better word, treacherous, a scorned fan or a scorned ex or anything could be. So that wasn't anything new or shocking to me, because I had, worked with some of the groups in the past, the B2Ks and all those guys who have been challenged for so many different things. So, some women accusing them of XYZ wasn't really a big deal. But when we started hearing about the federal investigations and stuff, that's when we were like, okay, well, we need to see how serious that kind of stuff is. So
let me pause this. His timing for trying to build a brand around R. Kelly was just horrible timing. Maybe beneficial to him, but just bad timing for business. Why would you want to rebrand R. Kelly and start an indie build company and have his name attached to it while he is facing these swarming of allegations with all that he was dealing with? So that right there was a problem number 1, 2, 3, 4 through 10, because you're trying to rebrand this man while he's facing all of what he is facing. Your timing was horrible, but it was beneficial to the need of what you accomplished when you ended up with his masters. We're going to get there one piece at a time.
The first thing was like, Rob, where did all the money go? I mean, like, you got hits all over the world. You should be receiving royalties on a quarterly basis. He was like, royalties? Like, what's that? I'm like, you don't know what royalties are? And
okay, so when he hear this, his mind like ching, 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 bling, bling, bling. Okay, wow, you don't know what royalties are? So to me, this was another way of coming in to extort him, even while he's dealing with the most you could possibly deal with, all these accusations, rumors, public assassination, public opinion. But you coming in and you're not being helpful, you're hurting him more than you're helping him, because you're being selfish. You're worrying about your company. You're worrying about getting R. Kelly on your team to rebrand and diversify it, because you got this and you got that and you got money to put up 3 to 4 months. But then really, your ass didn't have no money. Let's hear where the money really came from, y'all.
Break it down, mechanical and performance royalties. And mechanical royalties are things that when you elevated music, you played in the background of a movie. Performance royalties are your downloads and streams and all that kind of stuff. Performance royalties are when you do performance, like your music is played at a halftime of a game and all that kind of stuff. Those are royalties that are being collected, and ASCAP and BMI are responsible for that. And those royalties are collected, and then they should go either into the label would actually control that. Whoever.
Let me pause it, because right here he's about to start going into how he got access to R. Kelly's portals and BMIs and RCA licensing deals and all this stuff he was able to get prior to Surviving R. Kelly was even released. Okay, so please, y'all, pay very close attention to the word game.
Your distribution, and then you will get a quarterly disbursement. So he's like, I don't know if I've ever received one in my life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we actually got access. He gave us access to his Sony portal and his BMI portal, and that's where it actually started.
Let me pause it. There you have it. As I just said, he says that's when R.Kelly gave him access to his Sony portals and his BMIs and RCAs, and the list goes on. Don't take my word for it. Take his word, because he knows he was there. This is his doing. Let's listen in. And I backed it up a second for y'all to hear it all over, straight through.
Received one in my life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we actually got access. He gave us access to his Sony.
Let me pause it, because he actually was saying that they got access. He had to fix it real fast and say, we got access. And then he switched it and said, R.Kelly gave him access. So again, I don't believe R.Kelly gave him access. I believe he got access somehow, some way. But listen to him say it, not just take my word for it.
And then you will get a quarterly disbursement. He's like, I don't know if I've ever received one in my life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we actually got access. He gave us access to his Sony portal and his BMI portal, and that's where it actually started for us. Because when we started digging into it, and we were seeing all these ancillary companies set up, you know, he would have like a RSK Enterprises.
Did this happen before or after the documentary? So you guys start digging into. Yeah. Okay, so you guys started to dig into his finances, trying to figure out, you know, where his money is, why he's not getting royalties. You guys started prying into these things. He gave you access into his
Shout out to Nique
you said
Knight.
BMI portal.
BMI portal,
and I will put this in the description so you guys can go and catch the whole video.
Sony owns RCA Records, so that's where, in the portal is where all of the copies of his contracts, his licensing deals, all that stuff sits in there. So we're talking hundreds of contracts over the years that Sony inherited when they bought him from Zomba, which was Jive Records. So all those contracts are sitting there, and that's where it's like an archive of all of his contracts. So when I specifically said, so Rob, how much of your publishing do you own? And, you know what I mean? I don't know. So we went in and we saw that he only owned 10% of his publishing, because they had auctioned or hawked off his publishing to pull in the money for his first trial. They borrowed $9 million and they by the name of Daryl McDavid. And I'm like, Rob, why did you have to borrow against your publishing when you are doing all these shows? You got all this money coming in from, you know, overseas records, royalties, and all that kind of. Why are you borrowing against your publishing? You should have enough money, I mean, to have paid for that trial and whatever else you needed. You know, because what we started realizing was that he didn't own anything. I mean, they were renting the apartment, the studio. They were paying. They had took out put a mortgage on it when they didn't need to. And that's Joan and Linda.
Let me pause this so y'all can know who these people he's speaking of are. Joan was the former accountant who also was ripping R.Kelly off. She was also brought up during trial as a member of the enterprise. Linda Mitch has recently passed away from a terrible car accident in Chicago, just coincidentally prior to her testifying on the behalf of R.Kelly, and actually in his defense. Let's continue.
Joan Sullivan and Linda Mitch. It was just so many things in it that just didn't seem right. Like, what the hell? Like, where's the money? Like, you know, so what happened was, in that asking that question, we started, I brought in some entertainment attorneys, and they started digging, and we started finding the money. It's like, Rob, the money is coming in, it's just not coming to you. I mean, you got the account set up over here.
And this was all
and let me pause this, y'all, so I can help y'all understand clear also of what's happening, because what's going down is he's basically gave this statement to the HSI, Homeland Security investigators. So when you hear him speaking, back it up maybe 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes, I'll say about 3 minutes ago or less than 4, he stated, you know, he launched an investigation. Okay. Now, did you really launch an investigation, or was there an investigation and you're claiming to launch one because that's your job for HSI is to act as an investigator, as a inside man, okay, as somebody who is cooperating with the authorities to take down everybody around R. Kelly who has their involvement, because the fact is, he himself was under federal investigation. And we're going to get there. We got to crawl before we walk, but we're going to put these pieces together one piece at a time.
For the docuseries.
Yeah, this is all. I mean, this is like the history of stuff that had been happening. And Rob was getting like a weekly allowance. So he got $100,000 a week allowance. And as long as he got that, he
was comfortable with that.
He was comfortable, but he also believed that his previous managers and accountants were putting his money in areas that would produce a return. Meaning he had invested in nightclubs and purchased properties and stuff, and he's thinking that stuff is earning him interest, when in actuality, none of that stuff was in his name. They just used his money to secure it, and they used his social security number, which was the bad thing for all of those corporations they set up, to take in the cash. So that's how he got into that tax problem where he owed the government $18 million, I think it was, when we first got on board. And
so he actually knew R. Kelly was on this money, and it's not a surprise because he's always said his mom cleared it up. What he failed to say was that John Holder is the accountant who cleared R. Kelly's tax deficits up from 13 million, if I'm not mistaken, or 12 million. And then he brought it down to $3 million. Okay. So, but he's speaking on stuff as if he had his involvement with it. Because if you're a part of something, you want to get ahead of it. And that's why I said it would have been a good thing to get ahead of this. So, the person that's getting ahead of it is the person who spearheaded it. So that's why he got fucked up in this case, because he has a very serious involvement, because now you're trying to build a whole platform around R. Kelly with your indie build. You got your claws on R. Kelly. You wanted to consult him and advise him. Then you wanted to rebrand him. Then you wanted to get revenues coming in, and you wanted to put out something to get back something to make it look like you was doing something, but all you was doing was coming at a bad timing to try to secure him to work with you again. This was extortion. He was extorting R. Kelly. He wanted R. Kelly on his team. He wanted R. Kelly on that Indie Bills label. He wanted R. Kelly to be the face of his company, so his company could boom and he can get his money. That's why he was doing what he was doing. And so all this stuff that was happening was affecting what could have happened for his good. So what happened was he had to get ahead of it, and by any means necessary, stop it. Do a gun threat, do a bomb threat, even though I didn't hear about a bomb threat, but do a gun threat, get some people, a few good men to get out here and be ignorant and go on out here and try to threaten this witness, blow up that witness car, do this dumb shit, all because he was trying to protect Indie Bill so Indie Bill wouldn't crash and fall, but all because of his greed and his bad timing to get in on the takedown of R. Kelly. And while they're taking him down, he can take his company right from up under him, well, at least the brand of R. Kelly from up under him, and have him associated to his company so he can get everything routed over to him rather than the other individuals that was involved. But let's continue with these pieces to the puzzle. Don't go nowhere else. Hit that like button. Hit the like button. If you're new to this channel, subscribe. And that's all that I ask. Thank you in advance.
Like, this is unethical practices. And his previous general manager, which is Dale McDavid, to be a certified public accountant.
Let me pause it, because again, all these name dropping is the people who came and was involved in the New York's trial, because what he did was he already gave these names up to the feds. He already told the feds who these people are and who they was and what their roles were. That's why he has so much knowledge of everything he is speaking of, as if this was his problem. So it's safe to say it was his problem, because he knew what these folks was doing, and he just was so clear about explaining this. So again, let's continue.
Why would he do that? That was the first question. Why would he put you in a position to have?
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. It's like Daryl was an accountant. How does Rob have tax issues? I mean, so
yeah, like that's what the accountant's job is, to take care of that.
He started off as an accountant. Barry Hankerson hired Daryl as the accountant.
Barry Hankerson is Aaliyah's uncle, right?
He's Aaliyah's uncle, but he's also Rob's first manager. Rob met him when he was auditioning he auditioned.
Let me pause it, because this is a guy who hadn't been around R. Kelly since the Subway days. This is a guy who said R. Kelly made it and went his way, and he went his way to go tap dance all around the world, because that's what he was doing. He was tap dancing. So, he was tipping and tapping. And now, all this information about this whole man history. This is somebody who was around, but just in the back of it rather than in the front of it. But he put himself in the front because he came out to speak. And when you speak, baby, people like myself and other that are observant and can filter through what he's saying, that's what we're over here doing, one piece at a time.
For a musical at the Regal Theater, Barry was the executive producer of it, and Barry, who was married to Gladys Knight, he managed Timberland, Missy Elliott, Tony Braxton, and groups like that.
Is it true that Aaliyah, some of his publishing for, I believe I Could Fly or something like that, is signed over to Aaliyah's parents?
No, 18% of Rob's entire publishing, not just from one song, his entire publishing catalog is signed over to Barry Hankerson and Aaliyah forever. And that's deals that people don't make. I mean, it's like, how did they get even the labels after 36 years have to return 50% of the publishing back to the original author of the publishing. So, and that poses, just remember that part of what I said, because that poses the question on some of the things that he's going through now, who's really investing in him not taking control back of his publishing.
Mm-hmm. So basically, you think that when you guys started to pry, what it sounds like is when you guys started to pry into his financials, you seen that he had 18% of his publishing of his entire catalog signed over to Barry and Aaliyah's family. You seen that money was different places, and then you guys started to pry into his finances. Then this whole thing started, you would say, about these, or what do you think?
Well, Rob owned 10%, so 90% of his publishing he did not own. He started off with 50%. It was a 50-50 deal. He had 50, the label had 50, which is typical. With an artist of R. Kelly's statute, being that a majority of his revenue came at one point from publishing, and he had already been a proven, success story. When he went from Zamba to Sony, he should have had a better deal. Whoever negotiated the Sony contract should have made it 25-75, something of that nature. But 50-50 is not bad. Most artists get that, and that's still a lot of money. But in diving into that, that his Sony portal and his business on the music side, and the reason we wanted to do that was because we had to get him gas. The brand is a machine, and it has to have gas money in order to operate. Not Robert Kelly, but the brand R. Kelly. Because you have to hire people, to maintain certain things, and if it's not, bringing any revenue in, then of course, you don't have the money that it takes to grow the brand and do other things with it. So, in doing that, we really started seeing that, okay, this is one area of his life that he has no handle over. He's typically or basically been believing in all this time that he was financially stable and straight, when in actuality he wasn't. So that is to me where it all began. And that started from day one. Barry was his first manager.
Why was 18% of his publishing signed over to Aaliyah's family?
That part I don't know. I can't explain why they cut that deal. But I'm not going to even assume anything, because I never asked Rob that question. Why does Barry, why Barry and the Horton family own 18% of your publishing? Back in those days, you got to think about it. You're talking about 35 years ago. R. Kelly was a kid out of the subways of Chicago, partially educated, just happy to have a deal. So he would have signed anything to get that chance to start him at that time. This ain't nothing that he signed yesterday. This was in his beginning. I mean, you're talking about he was 23, 24 years old. He got a record deal out of, coming out of the subways, doing big breaks. So that was like, I could see why he would do that deal.
So that didn't happen after the Aaliyah situation? No. That happened before?
So
now here we go.
What I believe.
Wait, let me pause this because this is very crucial. Coming up in the next 20 seconds, he's going to break down these relationships between these parents, as you may have heard in recent readings. Okay, so let's just continue with what he's about to reveal.
From knowing Barry and knowing how everything went down with Barry and Aaliyah.
Let me pause it. He said knowing Barry. Okay, so he knows Barry. So there you have it. Let me go back a second. He knows Barry.
Situation that happened before.
So what I believe from knowing Barry and knowing how everything went down with Barry and Aaliyah and Rob was that Barry, gave that percentage to Aaliyah because of his part in the debacle that happened between Rob and the Aaliyah situation, which that was strictly Barry pushing, his niece on Rob and, and even Aaliyah's mom.
Let me pause it. He said Barry pushed his niece up on Rob. And because what Barry did, he ended up getting that deal that you don't usually ever get. But let him tell y'all about the relationships that I gave y'all the snippet on straight through. Let me go back a second, and here you have it.
Between Rob and the Aaliyah situation, which that was strictly Barry pushing, his niece on Rob, and and even Aaliyah's mom, who Rob had, a special relationship with, to produce her. It was like, okay, I done torn apart this family. I'm gonna make sure y'all got something to be quiet and to stay out of it. You know what I mean? Because at that time, Rob was the golden goose. So to stop them from going public on what really happened, what part Barry had in it, he gave them a percentage of what was going on.
What part happened with what?
I mean, with the whole marriage with Aaliyah, which wasn't really a marriage. They applied for a marriage certificate, but they never actually had a ceremony, so there was never a marriage. So that's why they went the whole route of annulment. But Rob and Aaliyah's mom was in a relationship, and Barry's and Aaliyah's father had an issue with that.
Wait. R.Kelly and Aaliyah's mom, you said, was in a relationship.
You heard it right, girl. Yes, Lee. Yes.
Okay, because there was allegations that she slept with R.Kelly, but I didn't know the validity of it if she actually really was with him. So the mama, you saying the mom was with him and then he got with the daughter?
Let's look at all of these scenarios.
History repeats.
Let's just look at the ones that people know that's public. Aaliyah, Clary, and Savage. Rob was with the mothers first. And as part of what the mothers asked Rob to do was, my daughter's a singer. Can you please look out to a trainer and get her right and make her make her famous, make her a star? So as him being said, okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna do that.
Wait. You said Aaliyah, Clary, and Savage. That's
the Hortons, Aaliyah's parent, mother.
Okay,
Savage, which is Jonjolyn Savage, and Clary, which is Allison Clary. They were involved with Rob. The mothers were involved with him, and they pushed the daughters on him.
Let me pause it. Make sure y'all hear this, okay? So just because people didn't read in the readings who specified which parents R. Kelly allegedly was having sex with along with their daughters, here you have it where the narrative comes from. So I'm just pointing out these things because a lot of stuff is happening and people is just not processing it. So I'm hoping over here at Pieces of the Puzzle, I can break it down piece by piece for those who have little or lack of to understand clearer and better. And no matter what level you on, how you learn, how you process it, over here at Pieces of the Puzzle, you will get it before you leave this channel, putting these puzzles together one piece at a time.
That's what happened in each instance. I don't know, we froze.
Hello? I don't know what happened. It kind of froze.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, now go ahead. So, so you said he was with the mothers first, and so you're insinuating that he was with Joycelyn's mom first too?
Yeah, yes.
And Azriel's mother as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
In what way?
I mean, a relationship.
And it's nothing
I
funny,
wasn't in the room
but
to
he
witness.
was
Okay, we're gonna say allegedly.
Yes, girl.
No, this is for real. This is out the horse's mouth. He told me, and he confirmed certain things, you know, and that's where, when you think about how, Aaliyah's father went.
I'm still. Wait, hold up, wait. Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry to back off, but okay. So. Okay, just go, because we just gonna say allegedly. You said you heard it from him, but I'm just gonna say allegedly.
No, listen. If it was me, allegedly, this is the king of R&B. Let's not act like there aren't women all around the world that want a piece of R.Kelly. That's just what it is. I mean, I've been there when the mother was on one side and the daughter was on the other side. And it was like, whichever one he chose, he could have it. You know what I mean? That's his life. But that's no different from a lot of these guys that's that high up in the industry. Rock stars, pop stars, all of them have the same options. You know what I mean? They can choose left or right or both. You know what I mean? So, and that's the thing, is like people get so like confused when women talk about this kind of stuff. So do men. I mean, it's like, I think some of these websites have mom and daughter, that ain't just something somebody thought up. It happens. And it happens with some of the top celebrities in this company, in this world. So Rob had a relationship with Leah's mom. The father came in the studio one day with a gun, pulled it on him and said, "Stay the fuck away from my family." Then while he was producing them, which Barry was responsible for basically ending that situation, because he's the one that started it. And that's how that backed out. There was never a marriage; it was an annulment. If anybody does the research, they'll see that. Fast forwarding ahead to Jonjolin and Allison, it's the same thing. They both went in, slept with him first. Will you produce my daughter? And then after that happened, then it was like he had the daughters, and the daughters would say, "Oh, my mom trying to use you," and all this old stuff. Because each one of them presented different business deal transactions that they wanted Rob to sign off on. I think Allison had a sex dildo, and that's from the horse's mouth. She had a dildo that she wanted.
Allison Clary, right? That's Azriel's mother.
Right. She wanted Rob to put some voiceovers, so when you turn on the dildo, it would say stuff like, "I feel so freaky tonight," all that kind of stuff while the dildo's on, vibrating. He refused to do that, and Angelo, the father, put deals in front of him as well that Rob backed away from, and that's when things got hostile with them. Same thing with Tim Savage and Jonjolin. They had some lingerie boutiques, and they wanted Rob to buy all of the stuff out of the lingerie boutiques for his girls when he was doing the Black Panties tour.
So let me pause this. So now he's explaining how the fights began. So allegedly, Aaliyah mom slept with R. Kelly. Because of that situation, she benefited getting all of the publishing and things that they got back in those days. Fast forwarding to now, you have it allegedly Allison Clary slept with R. Kelly prior to Azriel, and then she did it in hoping that he would do business deals with them to try to obtain dildo deals and maybe become the driver type of deal, anything that she could do to get in. And then, of course, her big hip husband, who's thicker than the king size snicker, he's certainly thicker than me. He basically got in trying to get the lightning position. None of that worked. Letting his wife fuck R. Kelly allegedly, they still didn't get nothing. So now they're pushing their daughter off on him. Well, she sings, put her on, and then that doesn't happen. And then now you have it where they all turn on R. Kelly. Then you have it to where Jonjolin Savage allegedly had sex with R. Kelly, coming out of Don Russell's mouth. This is from his words, not mine. She had sex with R. Kelly, and she wanted him to come to her boutique and purchase all her black panty items for R. Kelly's Black Panty tour. And when that failed and they did not get the benefit of that, then they decided to throw their daughter off on R. Kelly and say she can sing, which she cannot sing. We've heard her not be able to sing. And so from there, you have it to where now they're saying he kidnapped, he holding against, he's Stockholm my daughter. We ain't talked to her. We get prison calls. We ain't seen her. Her grandmama died. Her grandfather died. Her uncle dead. Her sister dead. Her grandparents are dead. Everybody is dead, and she still won't come around. The dead. I'm just saying. And then you have it to where he's going to continue on, and I'm going to continue to bring these pieces as a breakdown, one piece at a time. Let's continue. Make sure y'all hit the like button if you're new over here. If you don't know, all I ask, hit the like button on your way in. If you take off, hit it on your way out. If you're new to this channel, welcome. I hope that you decide to subscribe. Hit the subscribe button, and all my returning pieces of the puzzles, welcome back, you guys. And those who are undecided, have yet to make a determination that this is the channel for you, I hope that you see that there's nothing but real over here, and we just want to know what's going on in the R. Kelly saga. Free R. Kelly is what I'm yelling. And please hit that subscribe button, and thank you all.
And he refused to do that, you know what I mean? And, things started going south whenever they trying to use their daughters to push things in front of them, because Rob went past after he had the mothers, and now he's with the daughters, and the daughters is filling his ears up with all the stuff that the moms are conspiring on against him. He just backed up completely. So that's the scenario of what happened between the relationship. And then you got these fathers who now didn't benefit at all. I mean, who are just on a revenge trip right now. Because you got to think about what would drive a man to go as hard. I mean,
okay, so let me pause it just to give y'all an understanding of what he's saying. What will cause a man to go so hard? Yeah, you let your wife allegedly sleep with R. Kelly to get something that they didn't get. And then the dads thought they were going to get something that they didn't get. Everybody thought they were going to get $1 million. You hear the savages talking about $1 million. You hear this person talking about $1 million, million. So everybody think they're going to get a meal out of this man. And so when it doesn't happen, they go on this slander tour to take down R. Kelly. And so, but he's not yet revealing it all, because remember, everything he is telling, he has already said to Homeland Security investigation. This stuff has been under a sealed indictment since he was indicted. And I'm going to let him tell you when the investigations began, rather than y'all hearing it from me. I'm just a blogger reporting the information. I can't make this stuff up. I don't have any strings attached to this man to get him to say the things that he has said. So I'm just looking and giving it a second look, because it looks like this piece is very crucial to the puzzle.
I don't care about their daughters. I mean, what Azriel's doing.
Let me pause it, because he just sat there and said they don't care about their daughters. We've heard that narrative be put in these girls' mouths when they stated on the stand at trial in New York for R. Kelly that they parents, R. Kelly told them to say that their parents didn't care for them. So I've never heard R. Kelly say that, but I'm definitely hearing Don Russell say that these parents didn't care for their children. And again, Azriel said that on the stand, that R. Kelly told her her parents didn't care about her. But that narrative didn't come from R. Kelly. Sounds like here is the piece of the puzzle for who put the narrative out there and how and why they were spinning it. And truth be told, maybe I'll save this part for the end, but I'll say it now and I'll have to say it again. I believe that Don Russell is still in communications with these parents today. And that's my own theory. And that's not alleged, because that's my opinion.
Revenge trip right now, because you got to think about what would drive a man to go as hard. I mean, they don't care about their daughters. I mean, Azriel's doing
they don't care about their
documentaries a day after leaving them, and Joycelyn, won't even go back to her, and he's locked up. I mean, so if these were situations where these men had, or these families were the ones that they are trying to proclaim, it wouldn't be that difficult for Georgian or whatever, or Azriel to go back home. They just ran back home the moment he was locked up. I mean, but the money dried up. I mean, Azriel, couldn't get any more money out of Rob, and she had nothing else to fall back on. So that's why she started, listening to Dad and getting involved with these documentaries and all the things that she's doing right now to generate some money.
And the way he says this and this is my opinion, he says it as if he had a lot to do with her flipping on R. Kelly, running back to daddy to do whatever she had to do to generate some revenue. I'm just saying, it's the way he says it, and this is my own interpretation. I'm interpreting it like he had something to do with it. He needed her to do what she did, and he directed her path that way so she could go against Kels and try to get in and get anything she can get to generate revenue. That's just how it come off to me. But that's my own personal opinion, and I have to put that out there because that's what this platform is for, opinion based.
Okay. Okay, so I mean, I'm just still shocked. I'm just listening to it. I'm still shocked. And I do have to say the views opinions are alleged because I wasn't there and just to protect my platform.
Shout
but
out
I
to
hear,
Nique
you are his right hand.
I'll make sure I shout her out throughout this whole
you're
video.
his consultant. You guys were together when he, was on his way to trial, and I seen like you spoke out to the news media. You were with him all these different times. So
let me.
He about to stop her in her track. Did you hear what she said? R. Kelly is your right hand man. Let me go back because I don't think y'all heard that.
Yeah, or these families were, it was just ran.
Hold on.
Okay, so
listen to what she said.
I mean, I'm just still shocked. I'm just listening to it. I'm still shocked. And I do have to say the views opinions are alleged because I wasn't there and just to protect my platform. But I hear, you are his right hand man.
I'm pausing it. She said, you is his right hand man. He did not like when she said that. If y'all got to go watch the video on Niki Knight's channel, I'm not playing her video visually, only audio, but I'm going to put the description in this, the link in my description for you guys to go over there and revisit this video and really watch it in its entirety for your own understanding. Because no matter how many times you watch a movie, you always see something that you did not see the first time, the second time, the third time, and the fourth time. And as many times you see, be like, damn, I didn't really catch that. And then till you actually get the whole entire movie. So this is all I'm doing, is revisiting and gaining new understanding from something I may have missed the first time that I watched this video. So she just said the right hand man. Okay, watch how he corrects her about saying that R. Kelly is his right hand man. He didn't like that name at all.
You're his consultant. You guys were together when he, was on his way to trial, and I seen like you spoke out to the news media. You were with him all these different times. So
let me say something first. What I won't say is I'm his right hand. What I will say.
Let me pause that. You hear that? He couldn't wait to interrupt her to let her know he's not R. Kelly's right hand man. Hear it again for yourself.
Times. So
let me say something first. What I won't say is I'm his right hand. What I will say is my hand is back.
He said he ain't gonna say he his right hand man. He gonna say he had his back. Yeah, you had his back, all right. Way back, motherfucker. What is you talking about? Pieces.
And because of my experience in the industry, I knew how to dig and look at places that a lot of people that are not in the industry and don't understand how this industry works wouldn't understand where to dig and where to look to find certain things. Rob and I were friends, absolutely. I mean, that was the majority of our relationship. We were friends that grew up, and Rob showed me that a person could make it from the subway. So with that being said, I never asked him for anything else. All I needed was evidence that it was possible for that to happen. So when he went off and got his deal, our thing was Broadway, and that's what we did. So we went to the top of our field. I was just more comfortable being behind the scenes and doing that kind of stuff. So me coming on your show now, because we talked a while ago, and I told you, listen, I'm not interested in doing anything.
Let me pause that, because he just made an accusation against Niki Knight where she actually had to come in and fix him and get him right and set his record straight. They never had a verbal conversation. She ain't never, ever talked to him, and she want that to be straight up known. So I'm going to rewind it so you can hear him say it, and I'm going to play it through until she interrupts him and tell him, oh, no, I ain't never talked to you on no phone. Don't lie on me, sir.
I was just more comfortable being behind the scenes and doing that kind of stuff.
Let me pause it because that's something else that I think I wanted to highlight was how he was talking about being behind the scenes. So for people that don't understand what behind the scenes mean, it just means you doing everything people do on the scene behind the scene, and you're trying to be invisible to where you're not being seen. That's what that means. And he's emphasizing how he was doing things behind the scenes. So let me go back another notch and let him say it again and break down what is he saying when he says things was done and he was moving behind the scenes. Okay. He's working with these families regardless to who wants to believe it or not. He has a very big role in the takedown of R.Kelly. And this right here is going to help y'all understand why. I'm going to break this down.
Off and got his deal. Our thing was Broadway, and that's what we did. So we went to the top.
So he went to Broadway. R.Kelly got his deal, and then listen to what he had to say, how he still was connected to R.Kelly somehow behind the scenes. Maybe not directly, but indirectly. I can only assume on that part.
I feel I was just more comfortable being behind the scenes and doing that kind of stuff. So me coming on your show now, because we talked a while ago, and I told you, listen, I'm not interested in doing anything but. After that, people went on a mudslinging like episode with throwing Don's name in the dirt and all this kind of stuff, because the work that I had performed and the research that I had did, it will shine a different truth on what people are focused on today. It shows the conspiracy that dates back to the beginning of his career and why people have motive to do some of the things that are being done that's keeping him in prison right now. And
let me pause it, because he explaining to us how people did things and how they got themselves involved and how R.Kelly got in this situation that he is facing today. So just to give y'all a clear understanding, he's about to break it down step by step, the what we already have known now, but we may not have knew at the time when this commentary took place, because remember, his indictment was under seal. Now that it's been unsealed and we know the roles of Michael Williams, Richard R. Jr., we know his role of calling down to, the gun threat. So now we can start seeing how R. Kelly's bond was constantly being denied, and things that he is going to be revealing was happening prior to R. Kelly getting denied his bonds. But over here at Pieces, we get to put them together one piece at a time. We got to listen in, and I'm going to break it down for us because I know a lot of us respects when I am able to break it down for us.
The only way now, knowing, because, once it got out and I had to go on a couple shows, blog shows, and defend my own self because, you got people talking about I did this, I stole that, and all that crap. It's like, no, I'm not.
Let me pause it, because now we can start putting the pieces together. So remember, people was saying earlier on, before we had any type of confirmation, that Don was still in this, Don was still in that. Well, he's already spoke of this when the time came, and he was coming out to defend himself, but we not knowing he had a sealed indictment because he was speaking so publicly. We people, not myself, but those vulnerable and wanted to believe in Don, that he came to do the right thing, would truly believe that everything he was doing was to help his friend, and he's the only one that's doing this and nobody else is doing this, and nobody really could understand why just him. Well, because he had a lot to do with this. This is his narrative. This is his whole entire production. This is his orchestration. So, and I'm calling it out. And you heard the Reverend do no wrong shout me out in so many ways on his content and his commentary, and praising me for recording people. I think that's the best thing anybody could do in this fight. And you don't know the other person on the other line, and they reaching out to you and they telling you this and they telling you that. And then you come on your platform and you say, well, I had a verbal conversation with them. They told me this, they told me that. But then they looking at you. Now you got to go battling with this person because it's now he say, she said. When does it ever become a fact? It becomes a fact when I drop that motherfucking audio on their head and say, boom, nigga, I told you you said this. I told you you said that. But now you want me to get out here and defend myself. Why should I have to defend myself to something you said and I know you said it? What am I gaining from lying on you? So that's where my receipts come from. And I'm going to always record a motherfucker because that's the best thing I could have ever done. And I'm not going to throw away the most strongest tactic and the most strongest facts that I could present is what people say rather than what I say, because people want to question the authenticity of me today. That is not real. That's fake. That's not. Why Iowa? Why this? Why? Go do your research. Don't question me. Go question the damn Federal Bureau of Prisons that's housing Mr. Kelly and ask them, why do we got to send money orders and government checks to Iowa or Washington, D.C.? Why do we got to send it to these locations? Why? Ask them. I don't have those answers. I'm not the one to put that in place. That's why I don't promote money. But when it comes out the horse's mouth, Mr. Kelly himself, why not share that information? Because that's facts. Everything I'm putting out here is facts. If anything is alleged, I will say alleged. If anything that I have as an opinion, I'm going to say that's my opinion. I'm going to always clarify it up for people to understand what's a fact, what's alleged, and what's an opinion. Everything has its own category. Let's continue with the facts of Don Russell and what he said, what we now know, and how we can tie these pieces to the puzzle together, one piece at a time.
Don't unearth me because I will come out and say something. But that was a smear tactic to discredit me, so that, and I'm not saying, public opinion matters, it does, but to discredit me. So when I did finally speak out, it was like, don't listen to that guy. And I don't really care about that kind of stuff. People, whatever people say about me, because I know who I am as a person. But in the instance right now of Rob and his freedom, some of the research and intel that we gathered paints a totally different picture than what people are focused on. Everything right now that's in the media is smoke and mirrors. People are focused on, the girls and thinking that this got something to do with that when it really doesn't.
Let's pause it, because now he about to start telling more of what it really is. We've all known it was never about the girls, okay? But that was going to be a part of sealing R. Kelly's fate, is because you're using these girls to say that they did this and they did that, knowing that that's not true. We know that's not facts. And like I said, some of them just lie and change their stories to fit the narrative, because they did have something going on with Mr. Kelly, such as Faith Rogers. They had a good thing, but she turned it into a bad thing because it benefited her to flip on him and say he did this, say he did that, so she could get a book deal, so she could get recognition, so she can get clout, and everyone else who wanted it went off to do the exact same thing. So and they could have had a good thing with the man, you know what I'm saying? So this is just me helping those out here who may be new to this R. Kelly's saga have some clearer understanding and be able to make your own decision. That's why if you over here, you have to have your own brain and you got to have your own mouth, because if you don't, you're on the wrong platform, because over here we definitely think for ourselves and we speak for ourselves. So just want to say that. Okay. Now
I mean, these young ladies, the reason they're allowing that to happen because they're keeping the folks that really, dishonored him hidden. They don't want, people like yourself who have who mobilized an entire infantry of R. Kelly supporters to go find out the dirt that the actual people who got him in this situation have committed. Because then when that starts to leak, that's their case. Their case is not Johanna Pace. Their case is not Faith Rogers. Their case is not Kitty and all those folks. That's not the case. Rob will beat that hands down. The case is this RICO, this trafficking, this criminal enterprise.
Let me pause it, because like I said, he is about to tell y'all, for those who it flew over their heads, who how this case got about and who this case is, what this case is really about. So yeah, he says, it's not about the girls, and yeah, he says, that's just smoking mirrors, smoking this, smoking that. Okay, he's telling now, because this is what the feds was eventually bringing up against R. Kelly in the superseding indictments. So the girls were a smoke and mirror, but they still ultimately in the end became a part of the RICO. So they could have been a smoke and mirror in the beginning, because again, I don't believe anyone intended for this case to get this big. And so yes, they had to throw a diversion out there, but although they was a smoke, they still was a part of the screen.
I mean, these young ladies are, the reason they're allowing that to happen because they're keeping the folks that really, dishonored him hidden. They don't want, people like yourself who have who mobilized an entire infantry of R. Kelly supporters to go find out the dirt that the actual people who got him in this situation have committed.
So he talks about the infiltration. He talks about how people was infiltrated in R. Kelly support groups. Yes, the groups have been infiltrated. That's why I move alone, because I can't be infiltrated unless I allow you to come in. And trust me, many have tried, but they all have failed, because I will give them a little bit just to get more out of them, and they think they got something on me, but in reality, that's a smoke and mirror. That's a diversion. That's created false fakeness, because over here, I'm going to always bring out whatever I do is not going to trump what they've done. What they've done has trumped it all, because they've done way too much. And again, I told you, people dispersed into groups. They went into different platforms. So when you see somebody like myself coming on, they're going to try to either go live when I go live, so people don't come over here and listen to what I got to say, or they're going to try to start a fight with me. They're going to try to kick up old dust and dirt with me just to get me off this square right here to go back into the battlefield of the diversion. That's a circle. And what's a circle? It go round and around and around and around. So I don't want to go into a circle, because you're not going nowhere. So if you is a square, your square can always go up, back, side to side. Y'all see the chessboard. Y'all see the checkerboard. This chess, not checkers. Okay. So let's continue to put these pieces to the puzzle together, one piece at a time. And hit that like button. I do appreciate it. And not only hit the like button, but again, if you're new, please subscribe to the channel. And again, shout out to Niki Knight for this amazing, this phenomenal interviewing, that she was just doing her diligence, not knowing all these pieces was falling out of his mouth, one piece at a time.
Then when that starts to leak, that's their case. Their case is not your Honda Pace. Their case is not Faith Rogers. Their case is not Kitty and all those folks. That's not the case. Robert beat that hands down. The case is this RICO, this trafficking.
How can R. Kelly beat this case hands down with these alleged victims if they are a part of the RICO? So in order to have a RICO, they would have needed these girls to get out here and say what they said. So him saying it was sounded so good and appeasing to the subscribers that they thought they had somebody who was there for R. Kelly. The only person out of all the people R. Kelly done dealt with would come out and speak good on his behalf. But really, the ones who silent is the ones that's silent, because why speak? You got to let this play out in court. So for him to come out, it looked like, oh, we got Don. He's doing so good. Oh my God, he's speaking on R. Kelly, and he's the only one. And he's even getting indicted behind him. He's catching charges behind him because he's the only one that stood up to the plate to do something. No, you did something because you had to do this, because you already got pulled by the feds. And so they needed your level of involvement to come in to distract this case and get people to do what they did. And you was very helpful. That's why you're name dropping and calling all these folks out, my opinion.
This criminal enterprise that they're trying to accuse him of. And it's like, okay, how do we sneak that?
And see, now when you hear this, it makes sense. So they're trying to build this criminal enterprise around R. Kelly, and he knows that they're building this criminal enterprise around R. Kelly. So what's happening is that he got pulled, as the police already got him. and told him straight up, nigga, you a part of this shit. And if you don't want to be a part of this, the only way you're going to separate yourself is what he's doing, getting in front of these channels and getting on these panels. And what he's doing is he's actually speaking to the other involvers. He's sending a message through Niki Knight's platform to those that's involved, because everybody is listening, everybody is tuned in. So whoever he has troubles with, which is everybody in R. Kelly's camp, from Joan Sullivan to Linda Mitch to Daryl McDavid to the people he's naming, John Holder, he's name dropping. And so that means that when he got picked up by the feds, okay, because he's going to explain that, what happened was he had a choice: work with us or get some type of something. It was some type of deal he made, because when they pick you up, you got less than 24 hours to make a deal. Either you gonna go with what they need, or you're not, and you're going down like R. Kelly and the rest of them, because you're protecting this enterprise. So he didn't have a choice. So he's gotten out here, and what he's doing is he's telling, and here he is on platforms trying to massage it, try to make it look good, grab the supporters and the subscribers to believe he is for Kels, but he's really not. Listen to the plot unravel.
There, why that not being the topic of anything that's discussed on any of these block platforms? Because when the government comes down, they don't want their case to be tampered with or judged. They want to open and shut case, and they don't want him to have any type of defense. So my goal here lately, because Rob sent the message out, Don.
Let me pause it, because I got to go back, because you got to hear what he's saying. This is word right here. My goal here is to, and then he says, because R. Kelly instructed him to do this. So now you're going to start hearing what he's saying to the government that R. Kelly is having him to do.
When it comes down, they don't want their case to be tampered with or judged. They want to open and shut case, and they don't want him to have any type of defense.
We're going to get there, Candy.
So my goal here lately, because Rob sent the message out, Don, can change the narrative.
Mm-hmm. Let me pause that. So if R. Kelly sent the message out saying change the narrative, is it safe to say he don't talk to R. Kelly? Is it safe to say he does not communicate directly with R. Kelly? So that means there's somebody else involved that's relying this message, because he doesn't talk to R. Kelly, because he just said that R. Kelly sent the message out to him to do X, Y, and Z. In Candy's world, we are going to get right down to your question. How do he know what the government needs? Baby, stay tuned. You don't want to miss this live. Please like, share, and subscribe.
Talk to me. And I've reached out to Greenberg and those guys on multiple occasions. They won't talk to me.
Why won't they talk to you?
Let me pause it. And I said this then, and I'm going to say it now. He reaching out to Greenberg and them, okay, because he's name dropping again. We got to pay attention to when he start name dropping. And I've already accused Greenberg of being involved in the takedown of his client, okay? I said these names already. And so while he's name dropping, is because he knows they was connected to each other. Greenberg was affiliated to Don Russell at one point in time, okay? Because he's going to tell y'all he sat down in an open meeting with him and R. Kelly, and R. Kelly told him to work with him and this, that, and the other. And then he's going to go off to tell us how every person that they would connect with didn't want to work with them because they claimed they didn't want to work with Steve Greenberg. So pay attention, because what is happening is they was already going at each other, because people wasn't holding up their end of the bargain. And once the feds got involved, I don't know if Steve Greenberg smelt the rat and realized that Don had fumbled and got wrapped up earlier on. And so what happened was he ended up working and cooperating with the feds. So Steve Greenberg just didn't want to associate to him, because he knew he was dirty. He knew he was working with the feds. And so here we have it to where he's about to tell it all.
Typically, I believe they're working for the other side. I don't have anything nice to say about them. when Rob first caught the case, it was real simple. It was a smaller case. It was Johanna Pace, Faith Rise, and a few other folks, the girls.
Let me pause it. When Steve got the case, it wasn't as complicated. It was simple. It was just about the girls. It was just about Johanna, Faith. These are the people who was brought in to extort and try to get something out of Kels earlier on. But like I said, the feds got involved. This case blew up bigger than what they expected, and everybody jumped ship. So when they did that, they start falling out with each other. This one's telling on this one telling on that one, because who the fuck want to deal with the feds? Who want to go down for dealing with them people, knowing that the government don't play fair? So they didn't have a win in the fight. So the only thing that they could do was go ahead and continue on with the narrative that was already put in place and continue to say R. Kelly did this, R. Kelly did that, because they got in too deep and they couldn't turn around. They was way out there, and even Greenberg and everybody, that's why he ended up falling off. And it's gonna make sense. This live right here, I'm gonna break it down, and you gotta hear him say these things, and not just my opinion, but mainly what he's saying, because what he is saying goes hand in hand to how this trial played out.
And Rob brought me in the studio with Greenberg, just the three of us. And he said, actually, there was another young lady in the studio as well. He said,
let me pause it. There was another lady in the studio as well. We don't know who that lady is. I can only assume, but I ain't gonna name drop, because I don't want to do that part when he's doing it for it.
Greenberg is my choice. I want you to work with him. I said, okay, no problem. Same thing to Greenberg. He shook my hand, and Rob walked down, and he started talking about a fucking orgy or something that he was going to be having them.
Let me pause it, because what Don Russell is doing is taking shots at Steve Greenberg. Like I said, they not getting along at this time. Steve Greenberg didn't want nothing to do with him. He knew, he smelt the rat, and him being a lawyer, he could see a mile away. Don flipped. Don was a rat. No way in hell they're going to work with each other. So now Don is throwing shots at Steve Greenberg, talking about after he shook my hand, he went off talking about fucking orgies and shit while his client is facing this. So he's throwing Steve Greenberg under the bus, like Steve Greenberg is worrying about some fucking orgies and shit like that. He's taking shots. Okay, let me go back and let y'all hear it.
No problem. Same thing to Greenberg. He shook my hand, and Rob walked down, and he started talking about a fucking orgy or something that he was going to be having that weekend that he was missing out on because of the stuff with R.Kelly. I'm like, first of all, dude, that ain't...
You saying the lawyer? Oh, my God.
See? They throwing shots.
That ain't my business. And why is that's the first thing out your mouth. You don't break the ice with somebody by talking about stuff like that. And then on multiple occasions, I'm like, listen, you know, I've reached out to Mr. Greenberg, you know, this is intel that you need. One, let's attack these smaller cases and get some victories on Rob's side. Let's motion up the smaller cases, like against the Johanna Paces and all. Let's get some victories. Let's get the momentum flowing in our direction. And the intel that we have can really prove that these women are lying. Let's get the momentum. So when you go to the major case, which is the Homeland Security case, you've got momentum. And then here are some things that you may not know about. Now, listen, I'm not going to, Greenberg may be a nice guy, but if he's having orgies or somebody would love to participate in that, so he may be cool. But as far as...
Let me pause it, because like you hear him throwing these shots at Greenberg, and that's why he was coming out telling Greenberg gonna fuck up his case, and Greenberg this and Greenberg that. Not only was he doing it, but his associate was doing it, which was Angelo Clary, coming out talking about, y'all think y'all that lawyer is this and that and the other. Man, there's so much stuff to unpack now that we've gotten to the first trial, and that's come to an end. And then just to go back and take a second look, this stuff is gonna all make sense, y'all.
His legal acumen, I question that. I mean, I brought in Mesereau, who said he's not the guy that I would ever work with.
Let me pause that, because we've heard Sharon say she brought in Mesereau, but he's taking the credit for bringing in Mesereau. Just wanted to point that out.
Mesereau is not on the team. Steinbeck, I didn't bring him in, but I consulted with Steinbeck.
Now, Steinbeck is Jeffrey Jeff Steinbeck. I've had a conversation with him. I've never ever dropped that audio recording either, because they brought him in to negotiate with R. Kelly because they was trying to get R. Kelly to take a deal, and he was bringing in these people, as he said. So if you brought in Jeff Steinbeck, that means you was a part of trying to get R. Kelly to take a deal. Why should R. Kelly take a deal when R. Kelly did not do the things that he is being accused of? So that's why I said, you know, he can't take a deal, because you got to fight this, because the fact that they're lying on you, you don't have no choice but to take this all the way. But the way they were setting it up, got to listen to this, because very revealing and very telling.
Steinbeck talked on several, Jeff Steinbeck on several occasions. He's the negotiator. I'm not working with him. Any other legal advisor on some of the highest levels have all stated that he's a gunslinger. He doesn't know what he's doing. And the fact of the matter is, when he took on Rob's case, it was lesser charges. It's like, an example is, it's like you represent, guys who got traffic infractions. And a guy comes and says, listen, I ran 2 lights and hit a parked car. And you take the case. Okay, I'm going to defend you. But then when you get into the case and you find out after discovery that not only did he do that, but he was fleeing the police, he robbed 2 banks, shot 3 people, and killed his brother. As an attorney, you say, whoa, that's too big. That's not what I signed up for. You need some bigger guys. And I will give them a bigger firm the research that I've had, and that's who's going to represent you. You don't keep the case knowing that that's not what you signed up for, and you don't have the wherewithal to defend Rob against those type of charges. He's never been in that arena before. Scott Peterson, he did represent. Drew Peterson, I think it was. He represented him, but he got, there was incompetence. But, he's never been at this level before. And I tell people, I say, listen, just because you've got a lawyer doesn't mean that you've got someone that can properly adjudicate your case. The lawyer. He may be a good one at certain levels. But Rob needs a legal defense team. Michael Jordan's a great basketball player.
So let me just pause this, because what he is doing is showing back then how he, like he said, stays behind the scene. He pulls the strings from behind the scenes. He doesn't need to always come out unless he want to come and defend his name, because people is slanging it and throwing dirt on it or whatever. He called it mud and all that stuff. So that's when he feels the need to come out and speak when somebody is shading him. So what I'm gathering from this, and this is my opinion, is that he's the one behind the scenes who is dismantling R. Kelly's legal team, R. Kelly's support system. He's trying to get us supporters to stop supporting R. Kelly and support him, because he's facing federal charges. He's did this on the behalf of R. Kelly for us supporters, because he's the only one that came out. But in fact, he's trying to take us away from R. Kelly, so R. Kelly don't have support. We could fight amongst each other about who really is for R. Kelly. Well, rather than fight this person and that person and that person and that person, because what we feel, the best thing to do is just fight for who you came here for. That way you can separate yourself from fighting with this person and that person. So if you're here for R. Kelly, then you should be fighting for R. Kelly. If you're here for Don Russell, then go on and start fighting for Don Russell. But separate that stuff from R. Kelly. So then you can take the people over there who believes in you away from the people who knows what we know, see what we see, hear what we hear. And like you said in a recent interview, I can't see what I seen. I can't unhear what I heard. So you think I can unhear what I heard and unsee what I seen? No, I cannot. You are the individual who has spearheaded this whole entire takedown of R. Kelly, and everything you did behind the scene to get Steve Greenberg off the scene using other people, because you're not alone. You're not doing this alone. You are taking down other people with you. And I believe they also are in sealed indictments. And in due time, things will start unraveling. We're going to start seeing more unsealed indictments for those I-1s through I-5s, whom is known to the feds and the grand jury and to the case, but not known to the public as of yet. Okay? Free R. Kelly.
But if it wasn't for the other 4 guys and the guys on the bench, he wouldn't have won the rings. That's a team. And right now, Greenberg is not an excellent litigator. He's not an excellent researcher, and he's definitely not an excellent negotiator. So where's the?
I was just baffled when he gave validity to the fake Joycelyn account. I was just like, that kind of like, I was like, what? Because when there was that whole Patreon account that was supposed to have been Joycelyn Savage,
right?
And it was her like, allegedly like making up these claims, and then to me, like I read it and right away I was like, that's with what the parents or anybody has. So the things that took place, like none of it lines up, and it sounded just like I could have wrote it. It didn't sound, anything wasn't like personalized to them or what a girlfriend, a boyfriend relationship would be like. It was just like, I'll watch a documentary and I say, okay, this is what happened with me and Rob based on what other people said. That's kind of what it sounded like. And for him to give validity to that without knowing if it was her or not, right. I was like, that's kind of strange. And then he never came back out and said that it wasn't her. He just...
Well, he actually did. And then also what I'll add to that is that was a play for people to, go against Steve. You know what I'm saying? And attack him, his credibility, his competency, so that way, they can get him off, because again, thieves was fighting amongst thieves, and unfortunately, it appears that Steve Greenberg was also one of them thieves fighting amongst each other. Okay.
So I was like, I raised an eyebrow to that, but other than that, I don't know about his lawyer.
Ever since Rob has had Greenberg, he's been getting locked up. Period. I mean, it's the day after the studio, he decided to move out the studio. We had rolled a press conference that.
Let me pause it. The day after the studio incident, you hear what Don is saying, because I think a lot of people don't hear what he has done, and I want to highlight what he has done. He said, "We wrote to the press." Okay, so listen to his words, y'all. Let me play it again.
Ever since Rob has had Greenberg, he's been getting locked up. Period. I mean, it's the day after the studio, he decided to move out the studio. We had rolled a press conference that for the city, and I had a team of people write the press conference.
He had a team of people write this.
Write the press release, and it basically stated, and it came out for about 2 minutes on TMZ, stating that
because he had the TMZ connection.
He had made a decision to move. It was his ability to continue to produce music with all the distractions was no longer something that he could do effectively at that property. He wanted to thank his fans and his million fans. He's going to take a break now and find him another place. And then it didn't say anything negative about the city. It was more like, we understand what the city had to do. We fully support the city, their investigation, all of that kind of stuff. And we put that out there. Greenberg retracted it, put out a statement comparing him to Michael, like some of the biggest musicians in the world. And
so that's where the fights between Don and Steve was going, because he put it out, press release, and TMZ aired it. Then Steve Greenberg retracted it by coming out with something else. So that's how they were, beefing amongst each other. And so what he would do is find a platform that really, and no shade to Nique, but she just was doing her diligence, being unbiased, okay? And so she didn't have any fork or anything. So she just was looking to get, some information clear. And she did phenomenal with this, because what she didn't know over here at Pieces of the Puzzle, we are revealing what he was saying. And so this was his way of fighting Steve Greenberg by getting on the platform, throwing his shots at Steve Greenberg and throwing his shots at the other people who was listening, like Linda Mitch at the time, Joel Sullivan, John Holder, the people who actually came up in trial. So he pointed out every person of the enterprise before we all knew who these people were, just in the recent court trial that R.Kelly just had in the Brooklyn, New York district. So that's why I'm saying he called out everything that was happening as it was happening, and people want to take it another way and rather look at it from the actual way it should be looked at, which is you was the biggest piece to this puzzle to set up Kales.
Fred Astaire, all this stuff, and it's like, and
It's going in and out.
It did. And then the very next day, Rob got arrested. When we were getting Rob's cases, some of the civil cases, you don't, as a person getting a civil case, you don't have to, it's a contract. You don't have to agree to that contract. So by him hiring Greenberg and Greenberg answering that we will continue to fight these cases, that entered Rob into certain contracts that he did not have to enter into. What we were doing was we were basically saying, listen, we don't consent to these contracts and we're not going to move forward. We stated his UCC rights, which is the Uniform Patrol Code.
So let me pause it because here he's exposing how what we've already known him to have done, which was have his mother, participate in writing these contracts or these cease and desists, as I should say, and he's telling everything that he did and had others do on his behalf as if it was for R. Kelly. And what he's fighting R. Kelly's lawyer to stop R. Kelly's lawyer from fighting for the client because they was infighting. It was a lot of this stuff happening. And so what they did was they start blending themselves with true supporters like myself, try to beef with me to make me look like one of them. So it's hard to say, is she for him or is she not? Because look at this one beefing with that one. But those beefs really don't have nothing to do with me. They got everything to do with him and the people that he got involved, so they could go around platform to platform attacking and getting the true supporters to get off their square and go into that round circle that go around and around and around, all because it goes nowhere. So you got to get in the circle so you can go nowhere, because the moment you get on the square, you get to go everywhere. So it's best to stay a square. Don't get in these circles. Don't click with these people. Move alone. That's why I've been telling people, you ain't got to click with me. You ain't got to link with me. Do your own damn thing. And if we do it right and individually, then we'll end up at the same place at the same damn time. Okay? We won't have to fight amongst each other to get there, because you doing you, your eyes on your paper, my eye on my paper. I'm focused, you focused, they focused, everybody is focused. So do your task. And when you done, you'll get to the same place at the same time. If not, you're going to have all these smoke and mirrors, all this landfill, things that you're going to fall into along the way, all because you're not staying on your square and staying focused. Period. Pieces.
He's an individual, and an individual does not have to form a contract with a corporation, period. And that's when we're coming after him. The judicial system is a corporation. So when we were doing that, all those lawsuits were going away. When Greenberg started taking his case, jockeying for position, going his face in front of the public, to get popularity, started going to jail. His most recent response was to the fight. And he said that was a publicity stunt to get their YouTube followers.
And he said it was staged.
Yeah, it was the stupidest thing to say, though.
So I'm pausing it, because if Steve Greenberg said that the fight was fake and staged, then that's Steve Greenberg taking a shot at the people whom he know what they're up to and what they doing. So Steve Greenberg was putting out information as well, taking his shots at these people because he knew what was going down. Okay, he was involved. That's why he said it was staged and it wasn't real. So it lets you know Joycelyn is involved. It lets you know, Azriel was certainly involved. So he's throwing people out there as well when Steve Greenberg was making his comments, and people wasn't understanding, including myself, like what the hell? But what he was doing was exposing the plot and the plan and the schemers who was involved, because they all fell apart. None of them associates with each other anymore, including Steve Greenberg and any of these people, because he knew what it was.
What he should have pointed out was, this is an example of what these women do when they love him one day and hate him the next. I mean, that's typically what that was. And it was good that we have that, because it shows, as we Clary a couple of days ago on Gayle King said, we love him, all this old stuff. He's this, he's that, he's the greatest man in the world. He's never done this. Then the very next day, she's plotting on, oh yeah, y'all think y'all did. If somebody going to jail up the head, you slept, all the stupid stuff that was done. How did she go from one extreme to the next? And what happened between that? What happened was she had tried to hustle him for some money, extort him for some money while he was locked up. And, and he told her no, for just reasons, he doesn't have it. And from that point forward, she flew out to California, met with Shabazz. He paid her. And now, she's...
Let's pause it. Because again, when he get the name dropping, we got to look into everybody and their roles and what they were doing. So now he's speaking about Shabazz. So he throwing him out there. He letting it be known that she flew here to California to go hook up with Shabazz so she can go get a bag over there, because everybody around that she flew on the tree was trying to get a bag off of R. Kelly. And by any means necessary, if she had to get on there and say something good to the behalf of R. Kelly, because Shabazz was allegedly at the time being unbiased. So that's when she came in saying what he needed her to say to get the bag. Then she flipped and she said a whole nother tune and said that wasn't real, that was fake, to get another bag over here because the train is moving where you can be negative at against R. Kelly. So again, all these people that was brought in because Don was communicating and connected to each and every one of them, and they all fell apart and they all said the hell with him. He can't bring Don can't give them no more money or no money, period, because he didn't secure the bag like everybody thought he would. They thought that he built an indie build around R. Kelly, branding himself around R. Kelly to have R. Kelly be the face of indie build, and then his engineers and his peoples and his expertise, computers and all that stuff, they was gonna market around R. Kelly and have R. Kelly writing for this thing, writing for that, and doing this and doing that, so they can get all this damn money. He ended up not getting shit but some fucking masters that he can't sell without the fucking power of attorney signature. But let's continue to put this shit together one piece at a time.
Getting money in that direction. So now all of a sudden, in order for her to have a livelihood and continue her 15 minutes of fame, she got to come out against him. But it clearly showed how somebody could love him one day, and the moment you're a non-factor, hate him the exact next. I mean, a couple of days later. So instead of him pointing that out,
but that is what it was all about. If you support him and the money is good, then go over there where the money is good at. If the money ain't good no more supporting him, then jump on the train where they hating him at and get it. So that's why you see flip-floppers flipping and flopping, because 1 minute the money is moving over here, then the next minute is moving over there, then the next minute is moving over here. So it's a game of flip-flopping while he's saying nobody ain't calling it out. He calling it out, and I'm certainly calling him out.
Has opportunities to move the needle forward, but his direct responses show somebody who's not acting in the best interest of Rob, because you're supposed to consult with several attorneys and even a crisis manager and a publicist before you put out a statement. But his statement is like when he put out the statement about Rob needs to get out because he said his civil rights were violated. That's true. But then he said he also needs to go home and see his two girlfriends. Why would you put, when you file a motion for someone, and if that motion gets...
Because Steve Greenberg had a job to do, just like your job that you're working with the feds have you out here doing. He had a job to do as well. His job was to file bad motions to make sure he didn't get out and make it look like it was drama going on that probably really wasn't. Maybe all that shit was staged, so that way it could look like all this is going on amongst each other, and the real ending was to get R. Kelly convicted, and then now somehow y'all come together and try to push off on the IP, which is the intellectual property, which we know not moving now, because like I said, everybody has dispersed with themselves. Everybody is against one another.
Denied, you lose the ability to refile that motion. So now, with that being denied his civil liberties, which is something to fight for, he coupled it with he needs to see his two girlfriends. They deny it because of the girlfriends and not his liberties were, denied. It's like the black stain on the white shirt. You just ruined the damn shirt with that. Why would you even say that? As a lawyer, you should know better than to say that. So, and then the thing about the toe. I mean, it's like, come on, stop screwing up, the precedence that these lawyers need to go after a bond or house arrest. We're putting stupid things in the pie and messing it up. And that's what he keeps doing. Like, me as a regular person, that's not a lawyer, I have studied, my rights. I do know my rights and things of that nature, and I do study law. But lawyers are saying, what the hell is wrong with this guy? And it's not just me. I've talked to several lawyers and said, he's got to get new attorneys. And it's not up to a new attorney to fire his own. Rob has to do that. That's just the legal code.
So let me pause it. Rob has to fire his lawyers. So how can we get Rob to fire his lawyers? We got to get people connected to R. Kelly. And once we can get these people connected to R. Kelly, then we can get these people to get in that man's head, convince him to get rid of this person, and that person, so they can control R. Kelly. Sound like the controlling factor is this idiot right here. He was the one that was pulling the strings. He's the controlling one. He's the enterprise. He's the Rico. So the feds, if you are listening, since I know you be visiting these platforms, you might want to take notes your damn self, and whatever deal you thought you made, you might have to retract that deal and go ahead and free R. Kelly, because as you can clearly see, he didn't do this stuff. This stuff was done to him. He's telling everything.
When's the last time you talked to him?
And I'm glad she asked that damn question. When's the last? Let me go back. When's the last time you talked to R. Kelly? Remind you, this commentary was done of January 2020 after Azriel flipped. Okay, this is when he came out to speak, because now he feel like, yes, we got Azriel. I'll go ahead and come out and say a little bit more, because he was silent for a minute. He went radio silent for a minute because he had a lot of people put in places to move for him on the board in a way he couldn't, because he know he being watched. Okay. And so people speak one way, but baby, actions is a motherfucker. And all I got to say is, he said in the most recent interview, he hadn't talked to R. Kelly since Kells was locked up. And that was the first time he talked to him 2 days after the verdict, is what he said. Okay. Then he turned around and said he talked to R. Kelly about a week ago. Okay. Now, when she asks him this in 2020, when's the last time you talked to R. Kelly? Listen to what he had to say.
Up to a new attorney to fire his own. Rob has to do that. That's just the legal code. It's a brotherhood. So
when's the last time you talked to him?
I had word from him last week.
Oh, okay, so you guys are.
Let me pause it, because he threw that in there. I had word from him last week. He didn't talk to R. Kelly. He had word from him last week. So that means, if that is true, okay, that means somebody was still in communication with this con and was relaying messages somehow, some way. But listen to him continue to explain, and I'm gonna go back. Him saying he had got word, not talked to him, but got word. Please pay attention.
Up to a new attorney to fire his own. Rob has to do that. That's just the legal code. It's a brotherhood. So
shout out to Nique.
Talk to him.
I had word from him last week.
I had word from him last week.
Okay, so you guys are in current communication, and everything.
We communicate. We have a way of communicating.
Listen, this is how. Okay. This is, remember how they said R. Kelly had an illegal device in the facility. Now here he is talking about, we got a way of communicating, and we talk, knowing damn well he's been under federal investigation, a sealed indictment. He wasn't having no communication with R. Kelly, and he hadn't talked to him since he had been locked up. So now you're putting this out here that y'all had communication with each other. This was factors in R. Kelly's takedown at trial.
Through like the emails, or
no, they read all the emails. It's a different. It's more simpler than that.
So, okay, yeah. But you guys are in current communication.
Yeah, we are. I mean, me and Rob. It's certain things when you know how things are supposed to.
Let me pause it, because this right here is crucial. Now y'all about to start seeing how Don Russell was doing things outside of R. Kelly's knowledge. He's about to expose himself. Devereaux Canick, Mama Canick, if you tuned in, Jennifer Bongine, if you tuned in, this may be a very strong piece to release R. Kelly from custody based on his participating in the scheme and the takedown of his own self, because that's what that would be. If he was involved with this idiot, he would have been taken down himself. So this man is about to admit to doing things outside of R. Kelly's knowledge, the same way we heard it when his mama put it in the black and white from her text messages, and those are facts. That's not alleged. That is factual information that the Homeland Security investigators has unraveled when they went through these phone records and saw his mother saying, be cool, be humble when you talk to Mr. Kelly. You know what I'm saying? Because you just did another move without his knowledge. So here's the moves that was being made outside of Mr. Kelly's knowledge. Free R.Kelly.
What you're supposed to do, you don't have to get somebody, talk to him every day to, go do what it is you do. You hire Dennis Rodman to get rebounds. You don't have to tell Dennis Rodman when he gets on the court, get rebounds. It's like I'm in this position.
So basically, he's saying, talking to R. Kelly, he already got the word that he don't need to talk to R. Kelly every day to know what moves need to be made. He tried to compare R. Kelly, excuse me, to Dennis Rodman playing basketball when Dennis Rodman has a contract. So he knows when he go on the court, he needs to, dribble the ball and recover the ball and make some shots so he can make, some baskets. But how is that comparable to you and R. Kelly, and thinking that in your mind that R. Kelly wants you to act on his accord, regardless if y'all talk or not? Because that's pretty much what he's saying. I'm going back so y'all can hear it all the way through without the interruptions.
Talk every day to, go do what it is you do. It's like when you hire Dennis Rodman to get rebounds. You don't have to tell Dennis Rodman when he gets on the court, get rebounds. It's like I'm in this position for a certain reason. He knows my history of what I've done with other companies, which is why he turned a lot of stuff over to me in the first place. So
that's why R. Kelly turned stuff over to him in the first place. He knows why he's in this position. What position? What authorization is? So this is what he's been telling to the feds, is that R. Kelly authorized him to do the things he's doing. And that's why R. Kelly was convicted, because of people like him saying Mr. Kelly authorized him and he knew what he had to do, whether he talked to him or not. Mind you, R. Kelly is locked up and has been since July 11th of 2019. And this came out way while R. Kelly was in jail. But you telling me you still is allegedly taking orders and instructions to do X, Y, and Z on the behalf of R. Kelly, knowing that he's in jail? You would think the buck stops there, but because it didn't, people kept on keeping on. The plot thickens. Let's continue to break down these pieces to the puzzle, one piece at a time. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
He doesn't have to tell me to do certain things that I know are right by him to get him in a better position to one day adjudicate his case and get his freedom back.
Okay. It is 1,800 of you guys right now in the chat. I want you guys all to hit the like button if you guys have not already. I'm going with StreamYard, the best way for me. But yeah, so we're going to continue this. I'm going to have the questions to answer. So, yeah, it's just, I haven't even had to ask, that many questions.
You sure didn't. Telling it all.
Everything in, but so when it comes
running
to,
his mouth.
Azriel and Joycelyn. So you say the situation with Azriel, the reason why she decided to flip to the other side, you're alleging that she basically wanted to get money from him. He said no, and therefore she found a way to get money through Shabazz, who is the guy who's currently doing her documentary.
Not just Shabazz. There's a lot of folks that's looking for somebody to bring mud. Her turning to the other side. It's like any when the guy that was like wrestling, when the guy that's two teammates, one of them turns and beats another teammate over the head, that pushes the ratings up. And what's tragic in this case is that the media is really controlling public opinion with this, and they have deep resources and a deep influence, and so many people are, like Azriel and Joycelyn, who were initially talents who were searching, for their stardom.
He's trying to put these girls out here like they was talent, knowing damn well Joycelyn didn't have a talent in her bone. Okay, he's a liar. But this is what he was saying to the Homeland Security that R. Kelly was promising deals to these girls, telling them what they wanted to hear, basically. But that really wasn't what it was. But this is the narrative that the government ran with, and he's confirming the narrative.
People, I don't want to bring this name up in any negative fashion, but what I will say is like the sex tape that came out on what's the girl?
Ray J, Kim K.
Kim Kardashian.
Kim Kardashian.
That propelled her career. I mean, that one sex tape propelled her. So how you got to do it, get it done. That's just how it is. I mean, so media is using these young women.
It's all a money grab.
Whether it's real or not, with Rob, and they're feeling as if this is their opportunity to get in because they didn't get in organically through their talents being recognized.
And there he has it, telling it all. So the plot was, if you can't get in through R. Kelly, then get it however you got to get it. Lie, cheat, slander, say whatever to get recognized. Since you couldn't get it organically with a career, then now you got to do it however you got to do it. Here he is telling what happened, how it happened, how it was about to go down before it went down. And again, everybody want to jump on his team. Oh, he's this and oh, he's spur cows. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm not going to slander nobody's opinion if that's how they truly feel. But over here, pieces of the puzzle, I disagree solely, and this is why.
Okay, is Joycelyn still supporting R. Kelly, or?
And that's a question that we've all been waiting for, and something we all been wanting to know. And what it appears to is everything this nigga saying is what the fuck is happening right before our eyes. Hell yeah, she's still around because somebody is breaking her the fuck off to stay silent and stay where the fuck she at. And again, that girl could be in the worst trouble that you can ever get yourself into, dealing with idiots and creeps like this, because he's controlling the narrative and he's controlling who gonna move and who ain't gonna move, and he got everybody put in the right places to disrupt whenever he need them to attack whenever he need them to come slander whenever he need them to, anything to defend his name and to keep this veil from being unveiled so that people could believe he's for, when in actuality he's not, and he is the huge piece to this damn puzzle.
You know what the situation is with
she ain't going nowhere. He's speaking up for her, and this is exactly what's happening today.
I will say that we spent time around when we had like communication. Joycelyn was always the reserved, laid back.
Let me pause that. He has spent time around these girls. He has been around them. And I believe his negative ass, intimidating, coercion ass influence has intimidated the shit out of Joycelyn's ass to where she ain't gonna budge, because she's a pretty girl. And you know them pretty girls, they scary as hell. They ain't about to bust a grape in a fruit fight, okay, on the vineyard, nowhere. And then you have it to where you got Azriel, she's and that's why he gonna dig in on her, because you can see that she is not gonna bite her tongue, and the fact that she flipped because she knew her position and she knew her motherfucking assignment, okay? And so that's why you got the Clarys going at it with him and everybody else, because you got to see how they dispersed and how one did not follow up with what they should have, and then now and then he was still trying to get Azriel to not testify against R. Kelly by sending in Richard Arline, by sending a message through Michael Williams. So this goes to show you what he was doing and how he is in control over this whole fucking case around R. Kelly. And Kells has been convicted because of everything that this man has done. But don't take my word for it. Let's listen to him.
He didn't speak much. The feisty one was always Azriel. So it's along with my perception of Joycelyn that she's one of those women that's going to go down.
She's like loyal, basically.
She has that.
He's speaking on her ass because it looks this way.
I'd be surprised if she came out. She would probably have to be on some very extreme conditions.
Let's pause it. He's telling her conditions of which she would actually have to come out. So once they tie her hands behind her back and have her tied up, then she will be forced to have to do something. But right now, it's in her best interest that she shut the fuck up, because it don't make sense to none of us why she not coming out, why she's not saying anything. This supposed to be her man. This supposed to be the one true love. This supposed to be the loyal one. This supposed to be this. So because pay attention, listen to what he's saying. I'm rewinding it for y'all to hear it in case you missed it.
About her. I would be surprised if she came out. She would probably have to be in some very extreme conditions, but I still don't think she has it in her to say anything negative about it. I mean, you know, she had a very troubling experience that happened with her family, and you know, Rob shined the light on a different thing. Rob could have been with any woman in the world, but for him to invite at this time in his career, you know, Joycelyn and Naz to come stay with him, you know, they're not foolish enough not to realize that he put a lot on the line for that. And even in the end, when everybody was saying send him home, he kept him there. I mean, when he could have sent him home. I mean, so that's just the whole thing. So I think Joycelyn, to me, you know, I don't think that we'll see her turning on Rob. I don't think that'll happen. But I've been wrong before. So, you know, I'll put that disclaimer in there.
I paused it because, like I said he don't think she gonna do it, because it ain't that he think, it's more that he know she ain't gonna do it, because he knows what he got going on, and that's why she's silent, because she's being silent, and this is the culprit who's silencing her and intimidating her, and I'm sure they got her put up somewhere because they can't afford for her to come out and really tell on everybody. So she's collateral damage, and that's why them savages are extremely concerned. They're not concerned that R.Kelly doing anything. They more concerned because of what this nigga is got going on. He's the one who's holding her against her will, I will say, and that's not alleged. That's my fucking opinion, and I'm sticking to it.
It's kind of going in and out.
My connection?
It's kind of going in and out. Is it going in and out for you guys too? It's kind of what I put up, but I guess I'll just read it. So someone went on her page and they wanted to ask her what the reason was why she left R.Kelly. In her summary, she said, long story short, I left Rob because he was a liar and he was lying to Joy. Robert planned when and how he was going to let Joy go. If she was the one, she wouldn't have went 4 to 5 months without seeing him. I was the only person asked to see at visitation every time, not Joy. And the only reason why she is able to see him now is because I left. He didn't care for Joy, and I didn't like that. He was using her. And I told him that at my very last visitation to get rid of her if he didn't care. And his last words were, we have to feed the tiger before the tiger bites us, not meaning me, but him. So Azriel wrote that on her Instagram, and I was going to put that I'm still going to put that in a separate video, but I want to know your thoughts as to her saying that.
If she even wrote it. I doubt she wrote that.
Okay. Let's pause it, because he already knew she didn't write it. A lot of us knew she didn't write it, but he knows for a fact she didn't write it because he didn't authorize her to write that.
Someone wrote on her behalf.
Which we know was Azriel.
From my vantage point, and I've only been around him about a year, directly, about a year and a half. It's like you don't have to, when you know who you are and what you mean to someone, you don't have to revalidate that every day. Joycelyn was the one that constantly needed to be paid attention to. Not Joycelyn, Azriel, I'm sorry. Azriel was not Joycelyn.
Joycelyn good. She knew her assignment.
So for her to say that,
she's speaking on assignments.
I mean, Azriel was always slipping away. She was always fighting. She was always pushing her weight around. I did peep that on several occasions. But Joy didn't do that. She was more relaxed, calm, and laid back. So, and it was a lot of occasions where Joycelyn was the only one that was with Rob. I mean, they spent a lot of time together. And if you actually look at some of the women that Rob has dated in his past, she fits in that same, the ones that he cared about. Not the ones that he's been with, the ones that he cared about. She fits within that same style. But, you know, at this point, Azriel is tainted. Anybody who believes anything out of her mouth, you know, that's just like she's not with him, so why even listen to her? I mean, I don't, care to read anything. That's just like me reading something that Jim Deal Goddess writes about R. Kelly. It's bogus.
Do you think that Azriel was? Well, I'm gonna ask you this, and then I'll go back to Azriel. So someone sent in a super chat and said, "Will R. Kelly sue all that stole money from him?"
That's what we were planning to do, and that's why once again, when I talk about the people that are discrediting me and all that, is because they know we have the evidence on that. And that goes back, it's a laundry list. And I put the names out there. I've been threatened.
Hold on. Let's pause it. He said he'll put the names out there because he's been threatened, and then whatever else he's going to continue to say. But I'm pausing it on purpose because the reason I'm pausing it is because I want y'all to catch these pieces as they're coming out of his mouth, okay? So he will name drop, and he's going to say why eventually. Y'all got to stay tuned.
I've been, whatever. I mean, at this point, I don't even give it crap anymore. It's like, whatever. Say what you like. Say what you may. It is what it is.
Let's pause it. He don't give a damn anymore because the damn fans that got his ass entangled.
From this man, you're going whether you face your judgment, in this life or the next, God, your karma is real. So when you talk about Barry Hankerson, when you talk about Joan, Linda, Daryl McDavid, Wayne Williams,
he naming.
These guys have been ripping this man off for years.
He telling it all. Helen gonna tell it.
What happened was we had to say, okay, who we gonna go after first? Do we go after Lifetime for infringing on his trademarks, or do we start putting lawsuits against everybody that's ripped them off for small money? So you got to realize you have to pick your battles. So to us, when we got to the same people that ripped them off, they weren't gonna sue themselves. They took somebody that came in and wasn't eating from them. I wasn't eating from them. This is
old, T.
Never once, but I'm sorry. When I started booking the shows,
it
only made sense.
Let's pause it because this is very, very crucial. Remember R. Kelly remember his last tour he did. Wait till you get a load of this when you find out. For those who earlier on in this live, I asked you to put a 1 in the chat if you was aware and put a 2 in the chat if you was not aware of Lifetime being the promoters of this tour that Don Russell just happened to manage. Okay, let's listen.
20% from booking those
I'm
shows.
gonna go back.
Never once, but I'm sorry. When I started booking the shows,
when he started booking,
since we took 20% from booking those shows, but most of that money went to paying off people that was owed money, like his stage hands and things of that nature, legal fees. So the money that came in for some of the shows, which was 20%, we took that and we reinvested it to get him out of some of the.
Let me pause it because now he's telling you how he extorted R. Kelly. Now, because he got caught in the feds. So they know he was one of the extortioners who was taking money from R. Kelly as well. I got to go back so y'all can hear him say this without the interruptions, but I have to break this down for my subscribers. And again, if you want to hear this full length video without my interruption and my commentary and my opinion, as well as pointing out the facts, then I'm going to put the description into Niki Knight's channel where you can go over there and watch it all the way through with no interruptions, just her questioning and his answering. Okay. So anyway, again, he's telling how he took the 20% of the tour money that was not his, okay, but he took it to try to basically flip it. Okay, instead of flipping it, he got the bag and he fumbled it. But let's listen to him talk about how he took that damn 20% of R. Kelly's tour money and what he did with it. Now tell him what you told him, when you told him, what you told the feds, Don Russell.
Money like his stage hands and things of that nature, his legal fees. So the money that came in for some of the shows, which was 20%, we took that and we reinvested it to get him out of some of the issues that he did have. But it was so many people that had stole from him. It was like I had never seen so much. Right?
He took the money to get him out of some debts.
It was
didn't give him shit.
I mean, people like, cousins and uncles.
Let's pause it. Let me go back because now he's name dropping people by characters, whether you are a relative, a friend, or a foe, or whatever. How people was stealing his money. So he's name dropping this time by character.
Right, anarchy and it was disgusting to see that. I mean, people like cousins and uncles and friends and then Now people not really knowing our history. Nobody knew about the subway thing. They know now probably because they're watching this. They didn't know how far back we went. So for them, I was a new face in the camp. They could Google me or whatever they.
Let's pause it because this is his playbook. Okay, he's connected to a lot of these people that y'all really just don't want to admit to. But anyway, pay attention to what he's saying on the playbook. Uh, he came in as a new face. Who else came in as a new face? I'm just saying. We're gonna call this shit out. Let's call it out, y'all.
Nobody knew about the subway thing. They know now probably because they're watching this. They didn't know how far back we went. So for them, I was a new face in the camp. They could Google me or whatever they did. It's okay. This guy's got some industry experience.
Who else got industry experiences if you Google them up? Okay, who else is a new face coming in? Okay, so the setup is real. The takedown continues, and the exposure will happen over here at Pieces of the Puzzle. This channel right here supports Robert Sylvester Kelly. We believe that he is innocent. He has been set up, and that he is been falsely convicted, wrongfully convicted, falsely accused. And Jennifer Bajin, I tell you, lady, you better watch your back, honey. These people are evil, and they will stop at nothing but to disrupt the camp of R. Kelly. Okay, so I'm just saying, I have so much more I want to say about you, but right now I'm gonna sit and wait for that motion because that's gonna really tell a lot about if anybody else has been infiltrated or not. Pay attention.
But they didn't know we was on the street before. I hadn't been around him because I was in my world, he was in his. So so yeah, I mean, if he started suing, he could probably be suing from now until the day he died from all of the people that ripped him off over his 35-year career. And the people that are now turning over evidence to Homeland Security. I mean, that's got him.
Let me pause it because he's saying all these people now are the ones who is turning over evidence to Homeland Security, but he ain't telling you what he didn't turn over to Homeland Security, but he is telling you what he's turned over to Homeland Security, because while he's speaking on others, he's really telling on himself. He can only speak for himself. He can't speak for others.
Until the day he died from all of the people that ripped him off over his 35-year career. And the people that are now turning over evidence to Homeland Security, I mean, that's got him in prison right now because they're saying, oh yeah, he ran a criminal enterprise. He flew a lady from Atlanta to.
Let's pause it because this is what he's told to the damn Homeland Security. How the fuck do he know what others have done unless he know that others has been indicted and that they shit is sealed? So you really wouldn't know who is who from the other. But because we know the government has unsealed his indictment and we know what he's done, he's speaking on his self.
To New York to have sex with her, and then he gave his other guy.
Hit my cash app.
So that's now called trafficking.
Shit.
Well, then half the men in America should be locked up, but that's actually trafficking. But the way they're positioning it is, they're making it seem as if he was running this criminal enterprise to bring women in and pay them and dine them around and just for sex. So that really wasn't the case. What happened was the motive that they had to do that was all of the money that they stole from them. So they figured we got to put landmines in the road. So when this guy goes to sue us back, he's dealing with the effects of the landmines that blew up, and not actually what we did. He'll never get to us because there's too many landmines in the road.
Let's pause it because he always talked about them landmines, and the landmines is the fights amongst each other. Those are the landmines. Those are the distractions. Those are the things that's going to stop you from getting further. So you have to ignore the landmines. You got to ignore the infighting. That's just entertainment purposes. That's to distract you, to keep you distracted so you cannot see what's actually happening right before your very eyes. He telling it all. Y'all just didn't know how to break the code, and I'm breaking it down for y'all one piece at a time. Pieces.
Somebody said it's Dominique Garner's baby. That's not his baby.
Hell no.
Her baby daddy is.
And let's pause that because Dominique, as I said to y'all last week in the content, that I believe was paid off to stay silent. and not get herself involved because she's intimidated. She's another scary girl. They got to live the Chicago life. So it's very intimidating. But let's move forward.
Your daddy is a white guy voice. Okay, and then another person wanted to know, what do you think about Shabazz's documentary?
Well, I'm against anybody who does a documentary when the person is still alive, and they do it on their life story, and that's troubling to me because if Rob was out there, it wouldn't have came out. We all know that. So for them to do a documentary that he did not sign off on, he didn't participate in, it's really troubling. And the thing about it is, we were in the process of doing that. Rob had actually shot some footage. We had all of the fly-in clips from actual episodes that happened.
Let's pause it, because while he's shading Shabazz for doing a documentary, he speaks about, let me go back in case y'all had missed it, him also doing a documentary. So he's not only speaking on Shabazz bad timing and that he felt it shouldn't be because R. Kelly wasn't going to be a part of it. How about the fact that you was doing a documentary, because you just said it, and not only that, but the documentary that you said you also is admitting that you shot film of R. Kelly. So let's listen.
It's really troubling, and the thing about it is, we were in the process of doing that. Rob had actually shot some footage. We had all of the fly-in clips from actual episodes that happened, and that's the deal that we were actually negotiating with AMI. He was negotiating.
Let's pause it, because he said that's a deal that they were negotiating with AMI, but then he corrects himself. Let me go back. He corrects himself because then he has to tell the truth, because he remembers the feds is watching him and he has to do what needs to be done. So he has to tell his truth and what he did. So here he is admitting that he negotiated that deal with AMI, not R. Kelly.
Of doing that, Rob had actually shot some footage. We had all of the fly-in clips from actual episodes that happened, and that's the deal that we were actually negotiating with AMI. I negotiated that deal. AMI was my connection. I know.
AMI was his connection. He knows these people. He negotiated this deal outside of R. Kelly's knowledge. Here's another extortion piece.
Dylan from back in the day, from being in the industry, and we had to go to people who were willing to work with him despite all of the foolishness that was going around in his professional career at that time. So to do a documentary without his consent, without him signing off on it, to me, it's like you're doing this you're coming up at the expense of someone else. And from my understanding, a lot of the things that he shot in there were not. I mean, anybody who sees Jasmine and some of the clowns that's in this damn documentary who surfaced the last 2-3 months after he's been in prison, and you put them in a documentary, that should say a lot about that person. I mean, he hasn't done any fact checking. He hasn't done any research to validate any of these people out. He's just going off of the clowns that were around Rob. So, this person is important. Put it in a documentary. And it's stupid. I mean, first of all, it looks. I mean, my son could have did a better edit on that. It's just so ghetto, for lack of a better word, poorly produced. And if Shabazz wants to hang his hat on that, then that's not going to help his career move forward. Period.
Okay. Someone wanted to know, it's a question for Don Russell. Ask him, why did he say R. Kelly has a problem with having sex with girls and needs to be in a room with psychiatrics?
Okay, let me pause it, because here's where he starts to throw the shade at R. Kelly now. So he's upset with R. Kelly as well, just like everybody else. And that's why he's confirming he needs psychiatric help and everything else that he's about to confirm. This is what he's told the feds.
And that's true.
I'm over here tripping.
He said it's true.
Well, let's look at Rob's past. He was molested as a kid from the early age of 8, from the tender.
He tried to massage it by mixing R. Kelly's past with his shade shots that he threw at R. Kelly. So that's why people would think, he's for him, because it sounded like he was speaking about things that Kel's been through, but yet they're overlooking how bad he's actually speaking on R. Kelly.
8 years old. That was never dealt with. So, I mean, me and Rob sat down. I had to ask him some real tough questions about that, about who did it, You know, how many times it was done, you know, how often it happened, how long did it happen in your career, in your life?
Let's pause that because he's asking R. Kelly these questions like, who are you? So, again, he's saying this, but this is where I just have a hard time believing it. So I'm not going to confirm that. I just feel, again, he's using his ability to take advantage of the people.
She's still alive that did it? Or?
Matter of fact, she lived in the house that he bought for. You know, and for somebody to not realize that Rob was targeted, you know, by the people who handled his career. I mean, it's like you don't go, if you care about somebody, you know they got a drug problem, you don't keep putting drugs into them and pushing them on the stage to make money because you know that the drugs are a distraction. Rob does need help. He will admit that. He actually said that, and I didn't say that without him saying it first. I mean, he had agreed to taking some, you know, going over out of the country and doing some therapy and things.
Let's pause it because that's what got R. Kelly fucked up during bail and why they denied one of his bails. Okay, here's another piece of the puzzle because he wanted to take R. Kelly out the fucking country, okay, and have him get therapy and some help for things that he felt R. Kelly needed to deal with. So this was his idea that he was able to make it appear as if R. Kelly wanted to lead a country for this reason, knowing this is bad fucking timing. Because if you're trying to lead a country right now during this trial and tribulation, it looks like you trying to potentially run. Okay, so he dressed it up, he put paint on it, and he got a lot of people to believe what he was saying was in the benefit of R. Kelly. But here's a piece that got his bond denied, him admitting to wanting to take R. Kelly out the fucking country. And we heard this shit, but here's the reason why. And that would never have been valid to go.
Does need help. He will admit that. He actually said that, and I didn't say that without him saying it first. I mean, he had agreed to taking some, you know, going over out of the country and doing some therapy and things of that nature. Right, you know, when we were talking, you know, and everybody knows my mom worked with him, and my mom, he trusted her.
Let's pause it because now he's about to go into what his mother did. Okay, because he said his mother trusted R. Kelly, or R. Kelly trusted his mother. Let's listen very closely with our ears.
Right, you know, when we were talking, you know, and everybody knows my mom worked with him, and my mom, he trusted.
Everybody knows my mom worked with R. Kelly. Well, according to the facts, I would like to say that's not true. But let's go back so you can hear it again out of his mouth without the interruption.
I mean, he had agreed to taking some, you know, going over out of the country and doing some therapy and things of that nature. Right, you know, when we were talking, you know, and everybody knows my mom worked with him, and my mom, he trusted her. They had a spiritual relationship that she would read all of his contracts and stuff like that to him.
Woo! The mother is dirty, y'all. She would read contracts to R. Kelly. And not only did she read contracts to R. Kelly, but he's about to admit another piece of the puzzle, excuse me, on extortion and how he extorted R. Kelly out of thousands of dollars out the man's bank account. But see, people don't want to hear this. They ain't gonna talk about this because too many people is up Don's ass. But baby, listen to his mother, what she did, and listen to how he said R. Kelly contacted the bank to basically authorize Don Russell's mother to go pick up money on R. Kelly's behalf. Now, why the fuck would R. Kelly call the bank and have the bank authorize his Don Russell's mother to pick up his money? And R. Kelly easily could have went in there and picked up his own damn money. But Don Russell came around to scoop up anything he could scavenge out of what was left of what they could find while he was digging in that nigga's shit and digging all in his finances and digging all into his life and trying to see what the fuck he could get out the nigga. That's why he called himself Building Indie Bill, trying to get Kels to be the brand and the face of Indie Bill and be you know what I'm saying, bringing in revenues and having his peoples invest in him which was fucking bad timing. The nigga facing the fucking crime of his life, of the century, and here your ass go looking at an opportunity. Well, if we can get the nigga to go down and he's a part of our company, then we can get all his shit. You feel me? Come on, man.
Right, when we were talking, and everybody knows my mom worked with him, and my mom, he trusted her. They had a spiritual relationship that she would read all of his contracts and stuff like that to him, and they would talk and laugh. They had a relationship to me and him. Me and him, we had to. It's like the guy that asks you the tough question. I don't care if he doesn't like me. Just answer the question, Rob. We gotta get this done.
So what do you think that? What did he say that he needed help for? Like, if he's saying like,
exactly,
I need help,
what do you need help for?
What does he need help for?
Exactly.
Anybody who's looking something like that needs to get it out. And
wait.
What does he need help for?
It's attachments. Anybody who's looking something
attachments.
Like that needs to get it out. And it wasn't my responsibility or job to get it out of him. I had to ask the questions, and then when he started facing the reality of this is really causing some issues, he came to grips with that. It wasn't.
Oh shit!
He realized also how many people had, used his troubled past to bury him in the studio while they handled his assets.
Let's pause it, because he's telling what he knew the history to be. He knew people knew that burying R.Kelly in the studio, that they could get away with the criminal enterprise of the things that they were doing. Not R.Kelly, but what they were doing behind R.Kelly knowledge, okay? And he saw that same playbook, so he thought he could do the exact same thing, build a company around R.Kelly, get R.Kelly signed on while he's going through all this shit, and then end up with his stuff in the end while R.Kelly goes to jail, okay? This is his saying, and he knew this, and he, like he said, he wrote those notes. He took those notes. So this is who R.Kelly, if gave any information to, and pertains to coming to grips with the fact that he was being taken advantage of, and people was using him, and people was doing this, that, and the other behind his back. So if he wrote something to somebody, sounds like this the nigga who had the writings, and this the nigga who authorized the reading of those writings. I'm just saying, pieces is coming together over here. Pieces.
With him going into the studio, him operating at night, sort of like, Bruce Wayne, Batman, the Night Rider, whatever, the Black Knight or whatever. That was all done because there's a lot of things he didn't want to face, the dark glasses every time, stand behind him. Rob did a lot of things that, was like, what are you hiding from? So when he said that himself, it wasn't me saying that he did it, it was him saying it. And maybe I didn't put it as delicately as he did, because I'm just not going to do it that way. But that's what he said. I need therapy, man. It's like, it's time for me to get past this shit. And the way he explained it was like, man, I had one thing that happened. And he said it was like getting the cut. He said, you get.
So he was pretty much saying that he needed therapy to heal from his past, not necessarily anything that he's done or alleged to have done to anybody else. It was more so,
she got it. She got it. She's smart. Shout out to Niki Knight.
Rob spoke, and he sang many songs about being trapped in the closet, and that's really what it was. And the closet was where he was to hide from his sister a lot of times. And like you said, he got cut as a kid. And
he out here telling R.Kelly story. Who the fuck is he to tell R.Kelly story?
What happened to Rob was he got cut and they threw him out in the ocean with all the sharks. And, started coming out. So he's never had the time to need to heal. He's been on top for 35 years. When did he ever come down to heal? And there's so many things that the normal people don't understand that these celebrities have to go through on a daily basis. It's like, people think that it's just that easy to wake up and be something different when normal people can't even do that. People in bad relationships right now that's going through things because of the first relationship they had. So, he does need, to sit down and talk to somebody and come to his own peace with what happened. And I think once that happens, you'll see a creative side of him that's way more passionate and deeper than what we've even seen. And that's hard to imagine with somebody like R.Kelly, but he was not in the dark on things that went down, and he operated the way he operated seemed elusive, but the fact of the matter is, when you get older, you get wiser. I mean, things mean you as an older person than it did as a younger person. So you just gotta realize he came into that time in his life where you feel like, man, shit, this stigma is following me around too damn long, and there's some truth to it. I gotta go get some help. Period. I need to talk to some people. I'm not gonna do it in this country though. Problem.
Okay, so
okay, he said the problem was getting on the plane. He wasn't gonna do it in this country. Let's just hear that for y'all that didn't hear that.
I need to talk to some people. I'm not gonna do it in this country though.
Problem was getting him on that plane. Dirty motherfucker.
When you had talked out to the news media, you said the thing about him being hypersexual and that he needed help or whatever. And then there was talks about the tape and then whether it exists or didn't exist. And I think you said that there were tapes that did exist. Is that what you said?
So the media will cut off certain parts to fit within it. They got a 15-second, 30-second, or 90-second element. They cut off certain things. So yeah, tapes did exist. He had a ton of tapes, but what they don't I didn't say that the tape of Rashawn existed. I know exactly who the person is in that tape. I mean, we've got proof of
Let's pause that because here he is confirming that there was a tape. He's not confirming Roshona, but he's confirming a tape, and we know who he's referring to: Lisa Van Allen and Damon Pryor. Okay, so this is what we know.
certain things that happened were staged to set him up, and we know who actually staged it. So, but what happened was back in those days, and that's why I made a reference. They did say this back in those days, it wasn't iPhone, it wasn't the internet, it wasn't all these things that we have now. You couldn't go live. So, Mike Tyson went to jail for what? Because he couldn't prove what happened in the room, and they took Robin Givens.
So here's where the narrative comes in at why they said R. Kelly was taping is because this was his receipts that it was consensual, but this was a bad information, bad idea. But the thing is, I guess these women are legal of age, so there was consent, but this is his way of trying to justify that.
Half his professional career because of that. There are a lot of celebrities who are targeted and they lose their careers because of they can't prove what happened in the room. So Rob basically was advised to record your sex session.
Let me pause it because what he is about to reveal is a bombshell. So get ready for those pieces, the brain, that mouthpiece, and those pieces, because I'm telling you, y'all have ready in the chat because what he's about to reveal is what R. Kelly is facing in his Chicago upcoming trial. And here it is about the pornography that he says was a good idea to record these women. But here he is saying that him recording it turned into pornography. Here we go.
Now, Rob being the guy that he is, he gonna say, I'm recording this so I can have consent captured. No, you made it a porno. Shit.
There you have it. He said R. Kelly recorded in it, but first you say he's recording it because it shows his innocence. But now you're saying, hell nah, you doing that, nigga. You just made this straight up a damn pornography videos. That's what he's claiming, and that's what his charges are upcoming here in Chicago.
Now, Rob being the guy that he is, he gonna say I'm recording this so I can have consent captured. No, you made it a porno. Shit. Women don't want to be in a porno with R. Kelly. I mean, it's a lot of them that want to be in those things. So
was Rashonda one of the girls that was in there or whatever? Was there underage girls or whatever?
The story about Rashonda is it's tragic. I mean, that was all a flat from the very fucking beginning. Sparkle, which is Stephanie Edwards, Rashonda's mom.
Let's pause it because remember, he's the one who put the rumor out that Roshona is Sparkle's long lost daughter, that her siblings, the Landfares raised on behalf of Sparkle. So in case y'all missed that, here's another piece to the puzzle.
That was a plan from the beginning. I mean, and Sparkle, Shauna is not who everybody thinks she's not. That's not her parents. There's a story behind that. That's actually Sparkle's daughter, and Earl from
Get ready to run.
Rush.
Wait. You're saying that Rashana Lamphere is Sparkle's daughter?
Well, when she went off and got her career as a musician, she had a child, and her family raised a child, and that was her sister and brother-in-law that raised a child, and that's Lashana.
Okay. It's
there. The evidence of that's there.
So you're saying that Rashana is Sparkle's daughter. That's what you're saying, though, right? Okay. And, okay, so.
There's a person, and a lot of folks have interviewed, her name is Sharon Winbush. She was Rob's actual in-house nutritionist. And she spoke very eloquently about how they targeted Rob, how the whole Rashana thing was set up. And just like a lot of these young girls, they fast. I mean, just think about it. When you was in high school, the freshman girl dating the varsity basketball player, you was the shit. I mean, the guy come pick you up in a car, you're a freshman, the shit. I mean, so back in those days and that age, that wasn't looked at as a bad thing for younger girls to date older guys. Matter of fact, some women and parents preferred it that way because they at least knew the older guy could take care of the girl. I mean,
hit the like button, you guys.
So there's a serious backstory to the Lashana thing that that in the first case came out, and it's all part of the discovery when he went on the first trial that came out, which is why he was acquitted. He didn't get acquitted because those lawyers didn't do as thorough of a job at putting all this evidence out. Now, I've seen some of the discovery from the first case, and this is how I know a lot of these things. That when Sam Adam Jackson and Gleason represented him.
Let's pause it. He said he's seen the discovery from R.Kelly's first case because Sam Adams Jr. and whatever the guy is put it out here. So this nigga dropping all sorts of names.
So that was her on the tape?
Yeah, that was. I mean, was that Lashana on the tape?
Rashonda, yeah, was that her?
I mean, yeah, it looked like her. I mean, I wasn't in the room. I didn't know.
Let's pause it because he just confirmed that was Roshona Landfair on the sex tape. And then he tries to clean it up and throw something else out there so people would roll over that. But we not rolling over nothing. We are going to hear what he said out of his mouth, clear cut. He just admitted that was Roshona on that damn tape. Okay?
Now, I've seen some of the discovery from the first case, and this is how I know a lot of these things. When Sam Adam Jackson and Gleason represented him.
Mm-hmm. So that was her on the tape?
Yeah, that was, I mean, was that Lashana on the tape?
Rashonda, yeah, was that her?
I mean, yeah, it looks like her. I mean,
he said, yes, it looks like her. So he's confirming it looks like her. Now he wants to throw everybody off by saying something good after throwing him under the bus. Don't miss it.
No, the video camera, so I can't say for sure. I mean, right now I can take your face and put it on that tape and say it was you. I mean, that's just how technology works. So I didn't film that. I mean, based on the discovery and how he won the case, they painted a different picture, and the picture was that wasn't him in the tape. So if it wasn't him in the tape, how do we know that it was her in the tape? So I'm not going to go down that path with arguing that because I didn't really do a thorough investigation into it. I glanced at some of the discovery, and I'm like, okay, they did a good job of defending this. All they need is this paperwork again. And if her parents said it wasn't her parents said it wasn't her, then they should be on trial too because they lied under oath. Period.
Okay, is she okay? Because there was allegations that she was like putting money on his book. She was like one of his current girlfriends, still in communication with him. And then you had people who say that she was talking to the feds now, and she's a part of this new case, and she's talking like which part of that is true?
I don't know the day-to-day activity of who's talking. It's Homeland Security.
Here, let's pause it. I gotta break this down for y'all. Okay, so her question was very clear. She wanted to know, is the girl involved? Is she working with the feds? And here he's about to expose who is working with the feds, which is himself. He's not. He's gonna change it from the feds to Homeland Security, which Homeland Security is a part of the feds. But here it is.
new case and she's talking, like, which part of that is true?
I don't know the daily activity of who's talking. It's Homeland Security, which is part of the federal bureaucracy. But Homeland Security is who's bringing these charges up against Rob. He's not under investigation by the FBI at all. So whether she's talking, of course they're going to try to get her to say something. They're building a case. Whether she's going to participate, I don't know. I haven't seen. The judge put a blanket over the federal judge put a blanket over the case, so nobody's able to talk about the potential witnesses. But if her name is being mentioned, chances are she's not a major part to that case. Because the names that are not being mentioned, the ones that handled his career, is who people need to be focused in on. And a lot of people don't know those names because they don't know who his managers, his accountants, his handlers, and all that stuff was back in the case. But if LaShawna's name is being mentioned, that's smoke and mirrors. They want you to focus on LaShawna. They want you to focus on Johanna. They want you to focus on all these other girls that really, he'll beat those cases hands down.
But he didn't.
Okay. Okay, so there are people who said that they were related to him recently. There was a guy, I think his name was like Levi, and then he said he was his cousin. And then there are women who are saying that they are his sisters. Is there any relation to him to a guy named Levi or to the girl, the two ladies that their last name starts?
Good questions, girl. Shout out to Nate.
Well, I researched Rob's entire history back to Ireland. And I didn't see none of their names. I know who Rob's his brothers and sisters were, and I didn't see their names on the family tree. I know who his mother and his father was, and I didn't see their names in any obituaries. So maybe I mean, it's like right now, Rob called me his cousin. I ain't his cousin. He called my mom his aunt. She ain't his aunt. So Rob called everybody, these people with a cousin and aunt. That's something that, everybody wants to be related to a celebrity. But as far as them coming out now, that he's going to see, the difference is Rob is locked up. And it's pretty evident that he may not get a bail until, he's not going to get a bail.
Let's pause it. He was very confident R.Kelly was not going to get no bail. That's what people just did not hear at the time of this commentary. He knew because of what his involvement was and what he had planned up the road for R.Kelly in terms of Richard Arline Jr. and Michael Williams and what they were going to be doing up the road. He knew he wasn't getting no bail.
As far as them coming out now, that he's going to see, the difference is Rob is locked up. And it's pretty evident that he may not get a bail until, he's not going to get a bail. That's pretty evident. And so for them to come out when he doesn't have a bail makes no sense. They didn't come out in the first case. They wouldn't have sisters back then. This ain't his first go around with the law. So all these cousins that are now self-proclaiming themselves as cousins so they can get some extra attention or whatever be the case, whatever. But as far as my research, I have not seen the Cassandra nor Lisa as related to R.Kelly. Robert Sylvester Kelly.
Okay. So with this whole Shabazz documentary, there is a new girl by the name of Jasmine who is saying that she was around the time of May last year, and supposedly she hooked up with him, or somebody gave somebody oral. Do you know who that girl is? Do you know anything about that?
Jasmine is a liar. Jasmine, her name is Jasmine Johnson. That's Johanna Pace's sister. Period. Do the research. That's Johanna Pace's. Actually, Johanna Johnson is her.
His accusations that he assumed they were related.
Her name was Star, and we've got proof of all of that. They changed the story from he raped her because she shows up at the court. The same thing Johanna did. She got put in the bus by one of these frenemies that Rob had.
He's exposing it.
He signed her some papers. He took some pictures with us, and that was all that happened. He never touched her. Period. Same thing with Johanna. He never touched her.
See how I told y'all a long time ago, they were reenacting everything R.Kelly had already been through with new people. Okay, Azriel was supposed to be Aaliyah. Okay, Jasmine, I guess, was supposed to be Johanna. Take a picture, be at a trial date a court date or whatever, take a picture, and then say he did this, that, and the other. Okay, so everybody had a role to play. Y'all figure out who else was playing who else's roles, from Tiffany Hawkins down to Tracy Sampson. Everybody played roles. Okay, so this was just all reenactment, and this time make it stick because we're in the millennial and people will believe it more now than they ever did before.
That was a system created years ago. Barry Hagerson created that system. File a lawsuit when you pissed off, you get paid. But what happened was most of the girls never got all of the money. Rob had 19 lawsuits that we have researched, and anybody can do it right now. They can go Google R.Kelly criminal cases, and he's got, the names are not fresh in my head right now, but it was that background singing, that background dancers, where people were just suing them for these stupid amounts of money. And they would all settle out of court. No police reports were ever filed. The girls would probably get 25% of the money, and his lawyers and managers and accountants split the rest of the money. So Jasmine came in for the same sake of getting a check. She was planning to not have sex with him. And Jasmine knows. I mean, I was the one that had first contact with her.
Let's pause it because there's a big ass piece. Don Russell is admitting he's the first person who had contact with Jasmine Johnson. He's about to expose how they allowed Jasmine Johnson to just fuck it, get on in the camp. Just fuck it. Basically, that's what they said. He's gonna tell it to y'all, but I'm giving y'all my own analysis of what he's about to say because I already watched this interview in its entirety, and I took in my notes and my timestamps of everything that I wanted to highlight. I didn't mean to do it this way, but this is the way God ordained it. So I'm just gonna let the will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Let's go.
She was planning to not have sex with him.
She was planning.
And Jasmine knows. I mean, I was the one that had first contact with her when she came to meet him at the gym. And I got on her like, what are you doing here? She was standing outside the gym. It was pitch black. We had just finished playing basketball. I left early. She's standing out there in the cut. I'm like, what are you doing?
But remember who gave Jasmine the information to the gym to even for her to go there. So y'all got to go back and do those pieces because they're out there. And if you know what you know what you know. So there was an individual who was also there, but wasn't at the gym. But when Jasmine reached out to that lady gave Jasmine the address to the gym. So everybody played a role in the takedown. That's why they don't want to come fuck with me because they can't fuck with me because they are a part of the setup and the takedown. And if they get close to me, trust me, I'm going to read all into their asses in between the lines and crevices and all because I don't leave a stone unturned and I don't leave a T uncrossed and I definitely don't leave an I undotted. Free R.Kelly.
I'm waiting for a ride. I'm like, for what? I was told to meet him. By who? And she, goes and says, somebody, hold on. You need to leave. First of all, this ain't a good one. She looked 16 to me, and I'm like, you can get on the phone. Well, I'm kind of stuck. I'm like, what does it take to get you home? Money is $170 or something. She said, okay, fine, I'll take you to the mega bus. You're going home. No, could I at least just say bye to him and say hi to him? I'm like, no. So what happened was Bug, Rob.
Here's another name dropping. Now he's fit to tell you what Bug did and how he basically, Don Russell threw Jasmine Johnson off on Bug. And then here's the story.
Walked out at the time, and he said a few things to her, and put her in Rob. He was in a rental truck at the time, a rental van.
Now he's claiming that Bug put Jasmine inside of the rental bus that they had at the time before R.Kelly was arrested. Here's the more pieces to the puzzle.
In the van, and I didn't understand that. I didn't know the Data J element that existed inside what Dana had kind of promoted Jasmine or whatever to Rob as a diehard fan that flew in here to see him in his trial. So Rob wanted to meet her. So when Bug was inside the bus, I was like, what the fuck did you do that for? And I'm like, dog, this is stupid. So I got in my car. Me and my brother went to the gym, and I got a call from Cash, the one that allegedly wrote the book.
Ain't no alleged. Like, she wrote the book.
Are you at the gym? I'm like, yeah. She's like, did you just give me your car? I'm like, yes. I thought I'm looking around like that. Is she watching me? I'm on the phone with Jasmine. I'm like, Jasmine, who is that? She just got put in the bus. And she said, I'm like, what you talking about with her? She's like, I'm a conference you and just don't say nothing. So she calms me into the call, and she's in the bed telling me, I'm scared and all this old shit. I'm like, oh, wow.
So here you have it, where here's one narrative of the incident, how Jasmine was on the bus and how Cash Jones reached out to Don, called him, had him on the phone, and she's telling Don, I'm going to three-way Jasmine into this phone call and let you listen to what she is saying. So here's where the plot is thickening, and this is how Jasmine got involved in what she was supposed to be doing, and I guess somehow she got scared, intimidated, and let's finish listening to what the storyline is coming from his mouth, not mine. So let's pause it. Now, you got the phone call from Cash. The play is in play. Here's the play. The play is in play. Let's put the pieces to the puzzle together. You got somebody giving Jasmine the address to the gym. You can say it was an accident. You can say it was a casualty. You can say it was bad judgment. You call it what you want. That's stupid. Okay. I'm not going to defend somebody grown as fuck who should have fucking knew better. And the only way you can do dumb shit like this, amongst a lot of dumb shit that has been done on these YouTube streets by this individual by themselves, is going to prove that they knew better and it was all strategic and it was a plan. But anyway, and because they continuously to work for Don Russell to this day. Okay, that's my opinion, and that's what I'm sticking to. That's not alleged. Now, let's go. Okay, so now you have it to where the individual got Jasmine got the address to the where they are located. You got Don Russell meeting her at the door, telling her she can't get in, she can't get in, she can't get in. Now you got Bug happen to be walking out, just such a coincidence. Bug is walking out. He's about to get on the rental bus. He says a couple of words to Jasmine. In the process of saying some exchange words to Jasmine, Don communicates with Bug, and then they finally just say, "Fuck it, put her ass on the bus." Okay, now put her ass on the bus. They're not his sisters. Anyway, put the bitch on the bus. Now she's on the bus, and while she's on the bus, you have it to where she's on the bus, and she's on the bus. Hold on, y'all. Okay, and so here, and so with that being said, if you can swing by your brother's school, give him some lunch if he's there. Okay, okay. All right. So then, so now you have it to where Jasmine's on the bus, and now you about to hear where Don Russell decides to say, "Fuck it, go get Rob." So now he can meet Jasmine. So he still authorized this move to happen, is all I'm telling y'all. But don't take my word for it. Let's listen to the con man himself.
Walks over, not the student, the gym. Get Rob. He walks over to the middle of the court. He was still playing. Rob, you need to get rid of this shit. It's a setup. I said, listen. No, and in the conversation, Cash told me that she was sent by Ariel's father. He paid for her to get up there.
Let's pause it, because remember, they all fell out. There ain't nobody working with each other no more, because the shit got way too big for them, and they didn't mean for the extortion plot to get this big. So now they all against each other. You got Angelo not fucking with Don. You got Don not fucking with Angelo or the Savages, and so on and so forth. But let's listen to him throw the Clarys in this, along with Cash.
Angelo, I said, it's a setup. I said, they out here, just setting you up, man. How you know that? I showed them text messages that came from, no, I said, I'm on the phone with what's the name, and then I keep two phones, as I do now, and I had recorded with one of my phones. You can't see. There you go. The conversation, so I let him hear it back. He was like, "That don't say that she know Angelo." I said, "Rob," I said, "You can't chance any of this shit right now. You need to let her ass go." So he said, text the person on the other line, which was Cash, and asked her, does she work with Angelo? And he said, no, she doesn't. She works with Dana, who works with Angelo. And I'm like, I didn't know who the fuck Dana was. So later on, Dana J came out. So I'm like, I said, well, listen, man, I gave you the information. You're going to keep on around here. I think it's
they
stupid.
throwing names.
And I left. So months later, I'm here now. She got raped and all this old shit. And I was like, unfucking believe.
Oh, okay. All right, so there's two questions. One question, somebody said, would R. Kelly approve of him speaking on his behalf? It's all negative from you. You stole money from R. Kelly, too. And then another person said, didn't R. Kelly fire you after speaking on him the first time he got out of jail?
No, well, first of all, I never stole anything from him. Anybody who's saying it is a piece of shit. Because that's like he said you stole something from the person who said it. I've never stole anything from anybody. I have my own money, plenty of it. I don't need to steal.
Where's your money?
That's that. And I'm going to dead that because whoever this person is, they go around from platform to platform saying the same
he
thing.
getting all off course. He ready to attack.
I never stole anything from him. As a matter of fact, I've spent close to $100,000 carrying them for a few months. I'm sorry, my company's money, partially mine. And then fired me. No, he did not. I thought that made sense to put that out as a rumor that I was fired because I had a brand that I was building that was different from his, and that my shareholders were kind of concerned with all the negative press he was getting. I said we need to put this out that I was fired. It had nothing to do with him firing me. Period. I mean, so if that was the case, why was I around him all of that time after that? It just don't make sense to me. So, the rumors may be what they may. I don't give a damn about whoever that is sending that text message. I can come up with something about you right now, and I don't even know you. So just stop it. None of what you're saying is helping him. The things that I'm saying are helping this man, hoping to focus his fan base on the people who have him locked up right now. I say anything that jeopardize his freedom. I want people to really focus on the people because what I've noticed was when fans dial in, they find evidence that that's needed. It's a lot of fans that have some really acute information that they've been sharing, and there's a lot of truth to it. So don't focus on me. Don't focus on Johanna. Focus on Daryl McDavid. Focus on Joan and Linda. These are the folks that stole the money and got him locked up. So cut it out with this $50,000 thing, Dana J, or one of your minions, and he fired me. No, he didn't. First of all, I just told you I was his consultant and advisor. If you look at the audio from that interview, I said it in there, consultant and advisor. The press made me his manager because they researched my credentials and saw that this dude is a heavy in the industry, so he could be the one that is managing him. So no, I hired somebody who he didn't hire, and he never paid me a check a day. So how did I get fired?
But you said he owe you money. Right. Which one is it?
Someone,
how he owe you money if you didn't work for him? You got fired.
With Dominique Garner's mother.
He ain't gonna talk bad about them. He's not gonna speak on Dominique.
Okay. And then someone wanted to know who is Vada Pinkett.
That's V. That's Cash Howard's girl.
Tasha K had put out a video and she said
he don't fuck with Tasha K at this time, y'all.
That was also one of his girlfriends. She alleged that the Vada girl was one of his girlfriends, and she allegedly had done something with an underage girl to gain his loyalty or whatever. I don't know. That's what was alleged.
I'm gonna give y'all the math.
He don't deal with Tasha K at this time.
For one reason. Stop taking so much to heart that a handful of women. Now, when he was on Gayle King and Gayle King, and she said, "What if all these women are coming forward?" And that's what all the media that's attempting to destroy him and his brand. And the reason behind that is something that nobody's thinking about. But they all said all these women, Vada, whoever, let's say it's 50 women. Let's bump it up to 75.
Let's pause it because he said the powerful number of 50, and 50 is the same amount of numbers that the prosecutor used to be witnesses in R. Kelly's case. They had 50 witnesses. Okay, they said over 50, but the number was 50. So here you have him saying 50, and then you have him also saying 75. Just to get away from the number 50 because he caught himself telling on himself about what he already knew was going to happen before it happened.
75 women are making all these accusations about Rob. And I said to because the producer...
I don't think that the Vada girl made any accusations. This was Tasha K had came out with an exclusive, and she said that she got information from a source, and the source said that Vada was a girlfriend and had to do something to initiate, and she said that any girl who gets with him has to prove her loyalty and do something and get it recorded to prove his lawyer.
That was the narrative.
Vada herself, I haven't seen that she spoke out. It was just somebody speaking saying that they got information about her.
Tasha K works with Azriel Clare.
Let's pause it because he's confirming what we already knew, that Tasha K and Angelo was connected. Okay, now that they've fallen out, and we saw that publicly with Tasha K and the Clarys falling out. Now, a year and some change later, here you have it to where now Don Russell and Tasha K is in communication, and actually have been in communications when Tasha K came out and started to go against Angelo. They was already working on her. That interview that was done with Don Russell and Tasha K at his house in his basement, that was pre-recorded, and she had been sitting on that for a while, and she was wanting to come out and tell the story, but I think she had a pause because of the upcoming trial. So they waited until after R. Kelly's trial to actually drop that recording, which she's selling if you are on her Tasha K live channel for $12.99 per person. Okay, so anyway, then she did put it also on YouTube or whatever after she got the revenue that she was going to benefit from that. Okay, so again, now that Angelo is away from Tasha, now you have it where Don swooped in on Tasha. Now Don is putting his information into Tasha to make her think he's creditable, and had her come out and retract some things, as well as hide some of her videos that she had done on him, because in her mind she's believing that everything he's told her because he's brought receipts. But I don't think she's breaking it down like this. Do not get distracted. Again, people are going to go live when I go live. People are going to want to tell a different story, because Don cannot allow people to come over here and listen to me break him down like this. This is a part of the landmines that he told y'all about. This is what happens when the truth is coming out. Then you got to have some of his come out and stop the truth from coming out. So this has been a game. This has been consistent. I don't usually come on this early or even stay on this long, but this is something that I feel that has so much into it that we have to revisit these him speaking and break him down piece by piece, so we can complete our puzzle over here while we're yelling free R. Kelly, because that's what we're here for. So don't go nowhere. You can always go watch anybody's lives and anybody's playbacks at any time. This right here is just something you want to catch and put your pieces of the puzzle in the comment section, comment by comment, piece by piece.
Sorry, Angelo Clare.
Pay attention and stay woke, so, y'all.
Believing anything that comes from her or anything she puts out is all a part of the smoke and mirrors that people want.
Remember the fake beefs that's happening, the fake drama. Remember that. Everything ain't what it seems to be.
Every last one of the people that I mentioned have a history of creating these type of situations for other artists, but nobody's focusing on that. Why are you focusing on this bottom? Is she keeping locked up? No, she's not. You know what I mean? Why are you focusing on Johanna? She's not keeping him locked up. Who's keeping him locked up is Barry Hankerson.
He wanted to say himself.
Daryl McDavid, Cheryl, Linda, Joan, Artie, all these folks that stole from him, that put this stuff out there.
And you included.
That Homeland Security is now turning into a criminal enterprise, that he was the mastermind, like Peaky in the brain behind this criminal enterprise when he was not. So why would I investigate her? She's a non-factor. And a lot of these girls are non-factors. So I wouldn't waste time investigating about it. I don't know anything about it. Never heard of it until now. And I definitely don't listen to Tasha K.
At that time, he didn't.
That was one of the questions.
Now he cordial
with her.
Do you
know who the girl Kimberly is? When Joycelyn went to go retrieve,
he spoke on Kimberly.
R. Kelly's things. Azriel said, the girl Kimberly had came up first. Joycelyn had gave her the keys. She was supposed to have been like a handler, according to Azriel, somebody who takes care of his.
Shout out to Nique at Night.
Do you know who Kimberly is?
I don't like the word handler. I mean, any celebrity that has a girlfriend or girlfriends that live within his domain have people that chaperone them around.
Let's pause it. because we heard chaperone being thrown around during trial when Kanik was crossing examining. He asked, were there chaperones? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just peeping some of the things he's saying and knowing what I know from being in that trial and exposing him for everything he's done leading up to the trial of R. Kelly. This is his speaking on his of what he's speaking on. We just listening and grabbing these pieces.
Not from Chicago, and they don't. They, you know, I mean, if they're going downtown to park, which parking is almost impossible, and they want to get out and go in Neiman Marcus or whatever Bloomingdale, she drops them off. They go shop, and she'll wait down there with them, or maybe she'll go up and pay for it. But that's not.
It's the language. There you go.
You can call it so many other things, but I mean, handler is the wrong word for it. It's more like a chaperone, you know, maybe a valet or something. I don't know, but
like an Uber driver type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, so you gotta realize he's the king of R&B. I mean, and his girls are targets. So you want someone who knows the city and the streets that's paying attention to the surroundings. And Joy and Azrael fans, they're looking at dresses. So someone has to be there to make sure ain't nobody looking at them looking at dresses. I mean, so it's not a handler. I mean, Kimberly was somebody that took the girls around. She drove them around to take whatever they
So
wanted.
he's confirming Kimberly did this. So Kimberly did that.
Know her because on her live she said that she did not know who she was.
Well, of course, Azrael said all type of negative stuff and lies after, you know, they flipped, I guess, converted to the other side. I mean, I wouldn't believe much of anything that, I mean, Azrael said, whoever believes anything that comes out her mouth going forward, it's like, whose side are you on? Because she's already shown she ain't on Robert Sylvester Kelly's side anymore. She wouldn't be saying some of the things she's saying.
Let's see. Everybody watching right now, hit the like button. Live right now. I'm already saving a blog, you know, put out my hair up to interview them. Then
I've said this in the past.
Then we will be taking legal action, and the money that you're trying to get, I will be getting it. Period.
Let me to address that too. And I've said this in the past. Angelo, you have an agenda, and all of you guys have an agenda, and you're going hard for your agenda. I mean, if you look at that in the game, I mean, you're trying to win, but this side has an agenda too.
So let's pause it because he's speaking through this platform to Angelo. So again, I'm showing y'all how they were communicating with each other through platforms. Some can get on their own platforms, which we saw Angelo create his own and got on his own. Then we saw him go on other platforms, you know, Larry's and everybody else's. Then you see Don, he has one, but he doesn't speak on his. He will go to everybody else's, and he's looking for those whom he feel he can manipulate and talk fast over so they don't catch really how he's sending messages out to each individual who he's throwing shots at. So I just want y'all to pay very close attention to that.
I mean, and that's really what it is. Don't get mad because somebody has found out truth that we're exposing. I mean, your game, your truth is yours, ours is ours.
So let's pause it because now he was saying, don't get mad at the truth being exposed because yours is yours and ours is ours. So that's why I'm telling y'all he's a part of the people that's put in place to look like they're for R. Kelly, but yet they're not doing anything specific to expose those who's doing this to R. Kelly. But let's hurry up and wrap this up because we're really almost done here.
We have to speak back. What do you think we're going to sit back and be quiet while you wrongfully, you know, while you use the media to manipulate, you know, public opinion? No, man, come on. So cut that out of getting on here thinking that your word is all people need to hear, and that's just the so-all be-all. That's not going to happen like that, dude. Respect the fact that people have differences of opinion. People do research, just like you dove in and did all the research to pull the shit and shenanigans that you're doing. I mean, Angelo had man-to-man conversations. I talked to him when we were negotiating, trying to get him with the daughter.
Let's pause it, because here he's confirming him and Angelo have had conversations, which we know, this is no secret, but let's just look at it a little closer, okay? So Angelo has had communications with Don, and they were negotiating. What the fuck are you negotiating grown ass women for? If they don't want to communicate, they don't want to communicate. So the fact that Don is admitting to negotiating is an issue. But again, let him tell it, and I'm just going to keep pointing it out.
The shit and shenanigans that you're doing, I mean, Angelo had man-to-man conversations. I've talked to him when we were negotiating, trying to get him with his daughter him with his daughter around Christmas time. And for a half a second, he seemed like, a reasonable person. But he's got this hidden hatred for Rob that it's like, dude, like, if you and your daughter had that kind of relationship, why is she calling that? If y'all had a loving relationship, she would be cutting corners to get in touch with you. Whether it's sending messages on a bird's ankle or whatever it was, Morris Cole, she would have been reaching out to that man. So
well, according to the documentary, there was a snippet that came out, and it said that she was in communication with her family.
Her mother. Her mother's in a whole bunch of videos walking around, going shopping and doing all that kind of stuff. He was left out. And that's the problem. He's revengeful right now because he wasn't included in any of that. Mm-hmm. So that's
that. There was a donation somebody sent in to ask a question. It went away while you were talking, and I can't get it. But it says something along the lines of, do you have children, and would your opinion be different in regards to if you had children or something like that? I'm going off the top. I'm sorry. I should have a pen.
I do have a son. I've got a son.
It says something about somebody being raped or something.
What about it?
I don't know. I'm just going off memory because while you were talking, it was up there.
They were calling him a rapist.
But
I don't know about a rape.
Okay. But you do have a son?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He said he want cash, but we know that what?
Probably just text me.
And
okay, let's go back. That's the part I wanted y'all to hear. So while she was reading the questions, and she said something pertaining along the lines of Angelo, then you hear Don Russell admit, and mind you, Azriel already flipped on R.Kelly at this point. So that's why I'm saying that these people are still communicating with each other and they're still connected somehow, some way, because he's about to say Angelo might have texted him. What the fuck he gonna text you for? But let's listen.
I don't know. Anyways, so if there are any more questions, let me know. But again, like I said, I'm not. He said he's. Oh, somebody's writing me saying Angelo's mad about his wife being brought up. He said, tell Don to call him with you. He said he want cash, but we know that.
So somebody texted Nique at night and was informing her that Angelo had started a live and Angelo was going off on the live because Don Russell brought up his wife and said that she was having sex with R.Kelly, which is alleged. And then she was relaying the message to Don by telling Don Angelo said call him with cash. I'm thinking cash on the phone. And that's when he checked his message and said, I think Angelo tried to call me. But listen to him and not just me. See, he said he probably just texted me.
Oh, I don't know.
Looking dumb as fuck.
So if there are any more questions, let me know. But again, like I said, I'm not moved by Angelo's threats. He don't run my platform. He couldn't wait to perform. I don't go with his narrative interview on my platform.
Oh, let her say that.
I don't go with his narrative. I don't go with anybody's narrative. I'm not on anybody's side.
Exactly.
I go with what's the truth. I gave.
That's facts. And I like that she said that. And that's why I wanted to play that piece right there, because this is not about going with their narrative. When you don't go with their narrative, you're going to get slandered. You're going to get dirt kicked up, old shit brought up. People try to get you caught up in shit. But like I said, when you know better is when you can do better. Stay on your square and don't fit nobody's circle, because the circle and the square don't even go together. You can't even put it inside of each other, because the circle goes around and around and around, and the square has 4 corners, which can go up, backwards, side to side, forward, behind, side, all that stuff. Stay on your square. Everybody who really is out here fighting for the injustice and the setup of Robert Sylvester Kelly. Shout out to his legal team, Deborah O'Canic, my mechanic, as well as Jennifer Bonjean, because she is definitely taking notes.
I gave Jongelin an opportunity to interview on my platform. I reached out to all of them. So, or you know that he's talking and has all that. And for the
I'm just skipping this.
We didn't even have a conversation about it.
And you know, and I got people that handle my business like, Darren, why don't you find out? I'm like, I don't think what she asked. I'm telling the truth. I mean, and you don't have to stack weight or be prepared to tell the truth. You just know what it is. It is what it is. I mean, so as far as, you know, Angelo Clary is going, I listen, man, keep doing whatever you're doing. Just, I'm not fighting a battle against you, period. There's nothing that you can ever do to interrupt my flow, because everything that I'm doing is still flowing, and it's not going to stop because of your opinion or how you feel about whatever. This is the other side that needs to be told. Period. It's going to come out one day, sooner or later. You can't.
Let's pause it, because he's saying this is the side that needs to come out. This is him. He's been trying to tell R. Kelly's side of whatever version he wants to put out here in a narrative, and he hasn't had a platform to get on to put it out here. And as soon as he think he got one, now here comes this narrative R. Kelly said. So here you have it, where he's already saying it, but indirectly saying it. And if you don't know street code and you don't know how to read in between these lines, it'll blow over your heads. So let's just hear this, and then there's another important piece, and then I think we should be done.
We'll get prepared for it, because when it does come out, you may have some negative, reactions, some things that happen to you. And I'm not talking about from me. I'm talking about just law. I mean, they're investigating this thing, and they're seeing some of the stuff that you out here doing with Abernathy and Daryl Johnson and all these guys that you're planting in, and all of the laws that you're breaking to incriminate this man because of your own personal revenge vendetta against him for probably. And I'm going to say, listen, I'm not going to disrespect your wife, because when I found out I got her arrested, I apologize.
Let's pause that. I'm glad he brought up the arrest. So now, like I asked y'all in the beginning of this content, and welcome to everybody that's just now tuning in, but this is the piece you just did not want to miss. Here is where you're going to hear how Don Russell just so happened to be on tour with R. Kelly, while Lifetime actually promoted the tour for R. Kelly, and he's about to break down everything that occurred in the arrest of Allison Clary, and then say how could she have gotten in without a wristband. Well, she got in, and I'm telling you now so I don't have to interrupt it. She got in with the wristband because she was a part of Surviving R. Kelly. And if you're a part of Surviving R. Kelly and Lifetime is promoting R. Kelly's tour, then she had every right to be there, because they were filming for Surviving R. Kelly. And that's how Surviving R. Kelly got that footage. That's how people got the footage of her being arrested, because Lifetime was there because they were promoting this tour that Don happened to be there for. And now you can see how everybody, even Lifetime, Don Russell, and all were connected and communicating with each other to set R. Kelly up publicly.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this before it disappears, and then we're gonna get into that. So you can fit. Okay, so someone said, I asked, would it be different if Don had an underage daughter being raped by R. Kelly? Minors can't consent to sex with adults, so legally that's rape. That's what DP Johnson said.
It's a stupid question. Rob would not rape my underage daughter. Rob has been around my son, and they had the best relationship, period. I got pictures of them together, hanging out, chilling, whatever. Rob has goddaughters and all. He's a human being. Stop saying that stuff. He didn't rape anybody. You were not in the room. So stop making it seem as if you were in the room.
You try to defend him, but yet drag him.
Very evil people in media that want to bring down him because of who he is as a person. He controls a lot of numbers. He makes babies with his music. It's a whole bunch of things. If that were your son being attacked, you probably look at this thing different. So why don't you reverse the question and say, if R. Kelly was your son, or you had a son that was the king of R&B and he was being attacked by, these groupies and stuff the way he is, how would you feel? So you answer that question, and then I'll answer yours. So, next question.
Okay. Kodak, are you still alive? No, he's off. Because somebody else said they sent in a super chat. I didn't see it, so I was just gonna say, if somebody sends in a super chat question, is wife arrested?
So
let's go back to the question.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, so back to D'Angelo, and you said that you got his wife arrested.
So it was the last tour that Ron went on. Lifetime booked that tour. They booked the tour because they wanted to have footage of declining ticket sales. That's when he went from Arizona to, it wasn't the Arizona. Arizona was a legitimate production. It was a legitimate show. But he went from the Arizona to, I think it was Texas, it was Florida, it was Mississippi, and then back to Chicago. And I was on that tour. I actually drove his backline truck around because, yeah, that's a whole other story. But anyway,
what he did, what?
It was Mississippi, and then back to Chicago. And I was on that tour. I actually drove his backline truck around because, yeah, that's a whole other story. But anyway,
he didn't want to get into that story, but he drove R. Kelly's bus around. He said, but anyway, he didn't want to go there, so we don't have the conclusion to that. But let's get the rest of this conclusion for these pieces.
I had to put the credit card up for
He
it.
put the credit card up for it.
When I arrived at the first venue and I saw the bill and they didn't know that they thought I was just a truck driver. So typically what happens is,
let's pause it. So while he was working with the feds, he came in to portray himself as a bus driver. Okay, but he really was more than a bus driver. He was a consultant, he was an advisor, he was a manager, he was a CEO of his own company, Indie Bill. He was trying to get R. Kelly in contract to be the brand of his company. He was doing all this stuff around R. Kelly, so his involvement is so heavy. No wonder he got indicted, and then he ended up telling on everybody. That's how they found out who this person was, that person was, because this was the mole inside of the damn camp. Well, at least one of them, because there's still one more out there that I have yet to reveal. That will come soon.
Will hire a trucking company to cart the backline around. But this is nothing but fake, and that's how the universe works. So, because of the credit card that John Holder put up bounced before he had to leave out, I ended up having to fly in and put my credit card up.
So let's pause it. He said John Holder, which was R. Kelly's accountant at the time, who was the one got the $60,000 to $80,000 from R. Kelly a year. Okay, and he only worked for one, but he still got that amount of money. He said he put up a card that declined. So when John Holder's credit card declined, now here is Don Russell claiming to flip this bill.
Now, I didn't want to do that, but then no damn body else have valid driver's license. So I said, forget it. I'll drive the truck and I'll make sure to get there. And matter of fact, I didn't put my credit card in my name anyway, so I wasn't going to trust nobody with that responsibility. So I drove it around and we got to the first place, Texas. Part of what was supposed to happen was when I arrived there, the box office was paying me my fee, which was whatever that fee arrangement was for a backline being transported to each show. But because of the contract that Mason signed, it was an all-in deal. So they didn't cover that. But what I did get was the bill for the show, the production bill. And at the top of it, it was Lifetime. I said, Rob. I said to the three other people that booked concerts first, and I said, why would Lifetime's name be right here? And they said, well, that's who's booking the show. I'm like, why is Lifetime booking his concert? So when we got to the bottom of it.
So basically, Lifetime booked the show for R. Kelly to come and perform at, and they were the promoters of that show because they was trying to expose R. Kelly in some way, which they had nothing because he wasn't doing anything illegal or wrong. But the people who was a part of this orchestration, this organization, and this production, that's how they were able to have him go at it with the Clarys and get her arrested or detained, I'll say, because there was never anything that came out of the arrest. So it's safe to say it was just a moment for the cameras.
Cash actually helped me get to the bottom of that.
Cash helped out.
To get footage of fans turning against them.
So that's why the I-1 through I-5s are also, in my opinion, and I'll wait until it's hit the fan, are sealed informants. Their names are sealed informants because these informants are still out here on the loose, still working for the Homeland Security federal investigation, And that's why I-1 through I-5 has been sealed from the public so they can continue to be around amongst the supporters as well as the inner circle to gather anything else that can be incriminating to bring down others. Okay, so that's why their identities is sealed from us, but yet aware to the government, and it's going to come out, trust me. And when it hit the fan, y'all gonna be like, wow, are you fucking kidding me?
Seats in it. This was all a part of the show that they wanted to put out there, and Lyric was a part of that as well. Because actually, what happened was we were behind the stage. The show was going on. I'm on the stage at the back. Joycelyn and Azriel came and got. They sat on the stage. It's this lady standing in front of me, but that wasn't unusual because it was a ton of ladies that would always be invited.
So let's pause it because now he's trying to act like he didn't even recognize Alice and Clary, but you was dealing with them. You sat down and negotiated with them and the Clary to try to get communications between the daughters and the parents, allegedly. Okay, but that to me also was a stage because you knew who the Clary lady was, but here you say you didn't recognize her. But let's listen.
Commotion started. So I looked this way. Next thing I know, she darted out for Rob. And
who did?
Azriel's mom. So I didn't know who she was. And I meant to do more of a drama with that by saying this undisclosed lady. But she ended up darting out towards Rob.
When was this? When Azriel was with him? When was this?
They were on the stage. This was in Texas. We were doing the show. Keisha Cole opened up for him or whatever. So she darted out towards him. And security grabbed them, and everybody, a couple of ladies on stage, they escorted them out, and it was a big commotion where the show stopped and all this stuff. And I'm looking at Rob, and Rob was backstage, he was pissed. I was fucking on, and he, I zeroed in on the women. You know, he said, "What the women that was on the stage?" Because he sang to them in the show. And Rob's sound guy said, "Well, the police took escorted the security, escorted them out." He was like, "Go get them. Those are fans. Why would you do that?" So I was wrong with them. And when I got out front, it was a whole production. It was the Lifetime banners. It was Lyric was there. They had cameras, and this lady was sitting down doing the police report, saying that Rob attacked her. And he, had attacked on stage and hit her and all this stuff. And I intervened, like, no, he didn't. You're lying. You attacked him on stage. And fortunately, one of the women that had got put out of the off the stage was out there as well. So she dived in and said, "Yeah, you ran after him. We saw him." So the police said, "Okay, well, we have to go in and get a statement from Rob." So I texted to Rob the police in to do a statement. He said, "I can't."
Everybody except for Canic. Canic ain't got nothing to do with this.
The police want to question you, otherwise they're gonna come in and arrest you. And that's what they wanted. They wanted him to be escorted out of there in handcuffs. So he said, "I can't do it because it's my daughter's, my girl's mama." I'm like, wow, okay. So I'm like, okay, this is crazy as hell, whatever's going on here. But so she had got arrested that night. Her and her son both got arrested that night. The question was always, how the hell did they get on the stage? Because certain people give out those tickets, those credentials to get on stage. That was kind of weird. But anyway,
because Lifetime ran it.
They wouldn't have had that credential. They would have known to let them in.
Exactly, and they knew this.
When they came to Angelo and me had a couple conversations.
Can you get my charger to my laptop? I think it's next to my bed. Go ahead.
We had a couple conversations, and he explained to me I got his wife arrested, and I was like, man, I did not know that was, when I was in the process of that, I didn't know that was your wife, and I didn't know that, whatever, you know what I mean? So when they came to Chicago, I went over to her at the court appearance and said, "Listen, I apologize. I didn't know that you was getting arrested that day." I said, "But I responded, and I apologize." So that's all right.
Oh, okay. So she was trying to get to Azriel or something.
No, they wanted the whole objective was to get Rob arrested and have him carted out of there in handcuffs.
Somebody said, Don Angelo said, "Tell the truth about pulling money out of R.Kelly bank account and having your name on it."
Okay, so I'm gonna pause that because here is where you're going to hear another authorization that's not being done by R. Kelly. So Jennifer Bonjean, Devereaux Mechanic, my mechanic, if you guys is tuned in, and I hope you are, Homeland Security, HSI, what is her name? Renette Sovoso or whatever. Pay attention, because here's the pieces of the puzzle of the people, and he's explaining his role. He's telling what he's done along with others. So he's not just throwing himself under the bus, he's throwing everybody under the bus, because this is important to do so. So therefore, it minimizes his sentencing when that day comes, when he faces his music. But here he's going to explain how him and his mother both was taking money out of R. Kelly's account, and he alleges he had R. Kelly to authorize this. But listen to how the manipulation and the wordplay and the language of how they did it. This is how he was able to get thousands of dollars out of R. Kelly's account. Pay attention.
I had my name on R. Kelly's leg, y'all.
He's laughing because he knows it's the truth. Now he's going to answer it. He said, let me pause it. He says he's not going to answer it, but yet he goes back and retracts that to answer it. So he wants to put the clarity out here, and here's the clarity.
Can you plug this in? Sorry. You might be falling asleep. Okay, let's see. Thank you for the donation.
Let me say one thing. So what happened was this. I did take Rob to a private bank, which was the same bank that my company bank was open one up. Because what happened was John Holder had people at Bank of America, every place that Rob banked, somehow they were getting access to everything.
So let's pause it. He's saying John Holder, that was the accountant. Like I said, he's name dropping, and because of the trial has already come and gone, at least one of them, now we have more clarity and understanding of everything that he is saying in this interview. At least I do, and that's why I'm putting these pieces out here for us to put together one piece at a time. Free R. Kelly as we continue.
I said, okay, we got to pull you out of these mainstream banks, because it's not different to have somebody locally and wherever he was access his account through the Social Security number. So I put him over a private bank, and they kept eyes on his account. Now, what would happen sometimes was when Rob needed money, he would call the bank, send him an email and a text. He had a banker that handled his account and say, listen, I need $50,000, I need $20,000. And they would cut the cashier's check out to him or give him cash in an envelope, and I would send somebody over there to pick it up if I didn't go pick it up myself.
Let's pause it. You heard it? He would have R. Kelly, and we don't even know if R. Kelly did this. Somebody had R. Kelly's signature, somebody had authorization to act on behalf of R. Kelly, because remember, R. Kelly wasn't even in control of any of those bank accounts that he is specifying. So that means that the people who was controlling those bank accounts at that time portrayed themselves to be R. Kelly and authorized him or his mother to go pick up this damn money. So let's go back a notch and listen to it again.
What would happen sometimes was when Rob needed money, he would call the bank, send him an email and a text. He had a banker.
He would call the bank, email the bank, send a text to the bank. Since when you can authorize money like this amount through a damn text, okay? And emails, and the banker just say, okay, we got your email, we got your text. Now we about to authorize $60, $30, $40,000 to come out your account to June Barrett gonna pick it up, or Don Russell gonna pick it up. Oh, sure, we'll do that for you, Mr. Kelly. I mean, make that shit make sense, y'all. But here we go. Let's go back. Let's go back, because somebody had a Social Security number.
So what happened was this. I did take Rob to a private bank, which is the same bank.
Let's pause it. He took R. Kelly to a private bank, which is the same bank he banks with, y'all. Let's pay attention to the words. He opened up one. He just opened it up.
What happened was this. I did take Rob to a private bank, which was the same bank that my company bank was open one up. Because what happened was John Holder had people at Bank of America, every place that Rob banked, somehow they were getting access to his accounts.
But now you got access. But now you got access. In order for him to have gotten that money, regardless if R. Kelly authorized it or not, he had to put his name on that fucking bank account and his mama. So that's why Angelo got in the live and said, tell the truth how you stole money. And here he is trying to explain what he did to R. Kelly in our faces. But a lot of people don't want to see this and don't want to admit this. But pay attention.
Have somebody locally and wherever he was access his account through the Social Security number. So I put him over a private bank, and they kept eyes on his account. Now, what would happen sometimes was when Rob needed money, he would call the bank, send him an email and a text. He had a banker that handled his account and say, listen, I need $50,000, I need $20,000. And they would cut the cashier's check out to him or give him cash in an envelope, and I would send somebody over there to pick it up if I didn't go pick it up myself and gave it directly to him.
Pause. R. Kelly never saw that fucking money. He's a damn liar. If somebody was able to get that authorization to happen, and that's why he took R. Kelly to his private bank. So on his private bank, he had the connections in that bank. He had those forged information. We saw him with the passport. We saw him with the Social Security card. We saw him with all this stuff. So like he said, he would have R. Kelly call the bank if he needed some money and authorize somebody to pick it up, whether it was a cashier's check or damn cash. So I don't believe it was a cashier's check. I believe all cash came out of that damn bank account that he set up for R. Kelly with R. Kelly. This is coming out of the con man's mouth himself, but I'm just saying, let's put these pieces to the puzzle together. You over here, you have come to the right channel to get the real content. Somebody that's not in this fight for no financial gain, no monetary gain, but here strictly for the truth. Now, if y'all bless me, y'all bless me. I do appreciate everybody who donates to the platform, even though it's not required, but all is always appreciated. And anything you do donate, most likely gonna come back in the form of a giveaway of my choice, or just sending this money straight to R. Kelly, since we know he has been taken advantage of, and people have taken everything as much as they can take from this man, and even trying to break him by sending him to jail and hoping that he faces all this time. That I just pray to God that the judge sees this, and anybody else that's listening to this can see this as well and call it like you see it. Call a spade, man. Free R. Kelly.
Oh, okay.
And all right. Most of the time it was my mom that did that. She would pick that stuff up.
Let's pause it. Now he throwing his mama under the bus. So most of the times it was his mama that did that stuff. So that's how his mother got involved in this as well as himself, because they saw an opportunity to take advantage, go start up another bank account. Let's put XYZ in there, and then let's make it look like R. Kelly is authorizing these transactions to come out of his account. But in reality, that's his word against R. Kelly's word. He has just now incriminated himself multiple times throughout this entire live and the breakdown that I have done for you guys. But the feds already knew about it because they already had him under indictment as well as a sealed one.
Okay, let me see if there are any more questions. And if there's any more questions, the way that it helps me out, it wrap this up. Somebody says, why does he care about his money? He needs to worry about his daughter. I mean, yeah. So, let's see. I'm sorry.
He worked with Rob as one of his cronies.
The Aaliyah marriage. Somebody asked about Bubba. Sorry, they sent in a donation and asked that too. I'm sorry, I just realized. Somebody wanted to know who is Bubba. That's all they said. Who is Bubba?
This is one of his cronies. That's all. One of his side guys. Bubba had his own business, a tattoo shop. He worked with Rob as one of his, this guy, one of his friends. We got cigars for him. They hung out. They drank together. It was nothing sexual ever. Rob is not that kind. He likes women.
Okay. And I want to pause that because he just started speaking about things that had not come out yet as it pertains to R. Kelly's upcoming trial that he just had in New York, where there were 2 John Does. Okay. So he started speaking on this stuff before it even hit the fan. And he used it in a way of speaking about it towards Bubba.
He worked with Rob as one of his, this guy, one of his friends. We got cigars for him. They hung out. They drank together. It was nothing sexual ever. Rob is not that kind. He likes women.
Hold on, wait, pause. Don't put anybody else's, don't promote. I get it.
You don't go to CBS to see them promote Channel 5.
Pretty much, period. Okay, so somebody said if Robert's legal representation is no good, why won't he hire someone new?
Well, it's several things. That's not necessarily true. Rob does want new legal help, but the exact words to that outside of Trump, he said, man, it's like you got somebody, and he was speaking about Greenberg, and you just robbed the fucking bank, and then when you jump in the getaway car, and all of a sudden the getaway driver start talking shit. Stupid. Like he could have pulled something. You sitting behind him like, why don't you shoot him in the head or what? So, in essence, what that bit was, whatever him and Greenberg have, and whatever they share, whatever their arrangement was, he was worried about if he fired him, because this is what he said to the other attorneys that he interviewed. What if he goes out and starts talking negative about me? And Rob is so used to just look at what these women are doing. Whenever somebody breaks bad, they start talking bad about them. I mean, so that was the biggest thing too. He ain't got no money. I mean, like, everything that we tried to accomplish to bring some money in to pay some of these guys for research and all this kind of stuff. Where's it at? I mean,
let's pause it, because he's saying a lot. He's basically knowing by being around R. Kelly and probing into his life what R. Kelly has and what he did not have, and that's why he was not able to pay people off. So he came in again to try to get his indie bills off the ground, and their money just wasn't there. So they could not pay people off and hire certain people to come in and help out with the case. So again, he's exposing different levels of involvement.
You got liens on all of this stuff. His baby mama taking child support. I mean, where's the money? He don't have the money to hire a legal team like he had the last time. He borrowed the money from Sony when he was with Sony. He doesn't have Sony no more. So where's he gonna get the money from?
Okay. Somebody said Vada did speak out. Okay, so I didn't know about that. Okay, so maybe she did speak out. But
I wouldn't tell anybody.
It's Azriel in that documentary. Do you know anything about LaToya?
I wouldn't tell anybody that there was an account in his name. That, first of all, there's a lien against any account that has his name on it right now,
and that's pause it, because you're correct. Yes, there was a lien on his account. Now, at that time of this recording, yes, there was a lien, because people was, stealing that man's money, and money was being rerouted to this person, that person, and that's how the feds got involved, and that's how they started rounding up individuals whom they are aware of, who was stealing this man's money and who was redirecting things to come their way, that they already know where everything was going. So don't think the feds don't know. They do know. But let's listen to him tell about this transaction and how the feds was already involved.
His ex-landlords sued him for the money that was owed at the studio that he should not have owed anyway. So that's a lot.
Does he know her?
I don't know. I wasn't around whenever they met, so she's a non-factor. She's not calling him to be locked up, so I don't know what he knows. He knows a gazillion women. So.
Do you know who the Jane Does are in the situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's LaShonda, and it's Shonda. I think one of them is Latoya Hall. LT, Faith Rogers.
Look, he knows everybody.
Honda Pace. So those are the four right there.
Those are the transactions that's gotten R. Kelly
what did you say?
Convicted.
I'm not looking at notes right now, but one of them was the same. She sent the lawsuit in.
Is Azriel, because people were saying that Azriel was Jane Doe number 4.
Well,
is Azriel a part of it?
Azriel's case is so totally different. Azriel's case is what Abernathy was representing, but of course he can't do that anymore. But no, that was a totally different, because at first they didn't have Azriel. So now that they have her, and it's like I was explaining to somebody, so what? I mean, they can't, they already accused him of whatever, and said it's facing 136 years. Azriel was winning when these things happened. So
it didn't matter.
It doesn't really matter.
It did matter. Why would he make it seem like she didn't matter when she did matter?
It doesn't matter whether Azriel was a part of it. She's not a difference maker. The accusations were placed on him before Azriel would go bad.
Okay, how do you feel about Dre and Kelly?
I have no feeling or emotion towards her. at all. But I know truths about Drea that she just need to back down because it don't even make sense. Some of the stuff that she's went through with him, the whole situation with the child, and she almost got locked up by child services, and he didn't allow that to happen to us. And the fact that man, you know how many times I went to Rob and said, Rob, your child support needs to be reduced. The law states 20% of your earnings. You're not making any money. She's actually making more money than he was at one point. Why are you still paying? And then two of the kids are over 18, and he would not allow me to get his child support reduced. I mean, so the fact that this man never, I mean, you got to realize, those kids 18, he's never once abandoned his,
He's going to talk about Daryl Johnson next.
Because there was a reality show, she had the opportunity to film when she lost Cougar Queens. Reality show she was in, her horrible behavior is why the show got canned, and her mismanagement of funds is why I got canceled. And they gave an opportunity to rehash it, but they wanted Rob in it. And he chose not to be in it because he's like, I'm not going to go on camera and act like we're together. We're not together. So that's when she started all of a sudden jumping out there and jumping on the other side. Because she wasn't originally a part of it. But she came in like she was the head diva, and he wasn't paying child support, so she got all these expensive she didn't lean out in life. So now she needs to make money. So joining the other side was the same thing that all the rest of them are doing right now. Because it pays her.
Okay, somebody said, can Rob sue his former publicist?
Hell yeah, he should. I mean, that was Angelo Clary who put him in there as well. I mean,
so you're saying Angelo Clary sent him in? Daryl?
Yeah. Daryl Johnson was sent by Angelo Clary.
Oh, okay. Somebody said, what about money from defense fund for a lawyer?
I have nothing to do with nothing. I mean, I don't know. Everybody wants the defense fund to come up and round.
And shout out to Niki Knight again for this content.
Of people that
the description, the link to this video will be in my description for you guys to go over there and watch the full video. I'm just breaking it down.
Back a lot of people. I mean, particularly women, black people, because people will think twice about bringing them on board, hiring them. It's not a celebrity right now that's not shaking in their boots because how many of them they let in the room, sit on their lap, got pictures. So you can bring down a star from your hood. So so there are a lot of people that want to contribute. They may not necessarily like Rob or care for him or a fan or whatever, but a lot of folks out there fighting for freedom, and they may not even know Martin Luther King or whoever be the case. They just want for freedom because they want to be free. And that's essentially what's going on right now. It's a lot of celebrities and people in high places that are concerned about the outcome of this case, and they will kick in. They just want to do it anonymously. So, but the first thing is they don't support his legal team. They don't think that those guys have the capacity to get him adjudicated, or to properly adjudicate this case so he can be exonerated.
Oh, okay. All right, and then there was another question to Savage and the Clarys if he's for Kels.
Who?
You, I guess. Somebody said why at one time he was talking to Savage and the Clarys if he's for Kels.
Who?
You, I guess.
Why was I talking to him?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, come on, fellas. Let's stop it. Rob did not want this to be the way it was. We attempted to negotiate peace trees or whatever you want to call them to get everybody amicably together, but every time that happened, Savage or Clary would just nut up. Oh, we'll have a producer record for, we'll say that it was always them trying to engage in some kind of business with him. And, just like part of what happened with Mason, who was his past attorney, I'm not going to speak anything, about Mason because he's a horrible person to me. I met him and I don't like him, and I saw him, forging contracts and all that kind of stuff on Rob's behalf. Not for him, but, without his permission. And as part of what we were doing, everybody was trying to avoid this thing that was on my.
He's saying that James Mason was forging stuff, but why he failing to tell how him and his mother was forging stuff?
So sitting down trying to talk to the other side to get them to come up with an amicable solution, why wouldn't I engage in that? And the only person we can do that with is Clary and Tim. I mean, so yeah, I had several conversations with them trying to get them to back down. Have you listened to one of the
trying to get them to back down?
Myself and I think Cash released it later. That was me on the phone with him trying to back him down and say you love your daughter and all. Tasha released it without giving me props. Another blogger released it and they played the whole thing.
Daytime, tea time.
Yeah, Candace, that's right. Right.
He know who these people is.
She stays in the middle just like you do.
That's why he would go to these channels.
The bottom line was, I was attempting to negotiate a peace treaty.
You was attempting to extort and doing illegal shit.
To create this distraction, and it's like it always fell apart. I mean, so that was part of what my responsibility was, coming in as his consultant and an advisor, to figure out how we can get up out of all this muddy water and back out into the clean sea so we can sail. But if you got somebody that's fueling they shit off of the negativity, it's never going to work. So, yeah, I talked to Tim, I talked to Angelo. It was business to me, and it's still business.
It was business.
Any one of them personally, I don't like what they did to my friend.
You don't like what they did, but you willing to.
You know what I mean?
This nigga
Before
crazy.
any war starts, both sides talk. They have a sit down, and they decide at that point, we're going to war because we can't come up with a solution. And that's essentially what happened. They went to war because we couldn't come up with a solution to get them together.
They went to war.
It's like, okay, if we're going to do this, then he got to do a record on it. But he got to do something we can take it and make money off of. Well, he got to do this deal with us on this, and another. It's like, is this about y'all daughters or is this about making money? And it was always about making money, and we couldn't present a solution that meant they would get paid in full. They went to the other side, and they kept going on the other side. Real simple.
So there you have it. It was about making money. It was about negotiating a deal to make money. And when the negotiation failed and R.Kelly didn't go for the extortion plan and plot, then they went to the other side. And that's where the beef comes in at, because he right here, Don, appears to be the person doing all the negotiation. That's something that lawyers do. They negotiate deals. So for you to be negotiating stuff like this, you inflicted this upon yourself and took it upon yourself to get caught up in this case, to where the feds came in, and I think we're almost there where that comes out.
Okay. Alrighty, well, the last question, I still stayed. How's he holding up and how is he doing?
Okay, let's go to her last question.
The last question is, the last time you talked to R.Kelly, what was his mental state? How is he holding up and how is he doing throughout all of this?
Three-part answer to that. And the first one I'll say is, the last time I heard from Rob, he wasn't doing too well. He just heard the information about Azriel. No, that's not the last time. The last time was a couple of days ago, and that was a real positive exchange of information of how he's feeling about certain things. But the situation with Azriel really hurt him, because you got to realize what he's going through partially is because of him not kicking up to the curb, not just dropping off. I mean, he's stuck with her and Joycelyn,
and I've always said this was about the two girls.
Last time was a couple days.
Let's rewind this.
So if you're up to a part 2, maybe we can do that. But I don't want to hold you all night.
Let's hear this question.
The last question is, the last time you talked to R.Kelly, what was his mental state? How is he holding up and how is he doing throughout all of this?
Three-part answer to that. And the first one I'll say is, the last time I heard from Rob, he wasn't doing too well. He just heard the information about Azriel. No, that's not the last time. The last time was a couple of days ago, and that was a real positive exchange of information of how he's feeling about certain things. But the situation with Azriel really hurt him, because you got to realize what he's going through partially is because of him not kicking up to the curb, not just dropping off. I mean, he's stuck with her and Joycelyn, and to show that he wasn't a monster. He wasn't somebody that just takes women and chooses to spit them out. So of course he's heartbroken, because he's got to sit up in there by himself on a decision that he made.
Let's pause it. R.Kelly has to be in jail behind a decision that he made. Wow. You a cold piece of work.
There's a part of Rob right now that's healing. That's healing, whatever you want to call it, which he needs that. I mean, Rob had a lot of parasites around him.
And you was the biggest one.
Those parasites, because they had invested their energies into sucking off of his energy.
Let's pause it, because he's talking about himself. The parasite is himself, and how they invested into Rob. Only person I'm hearing who did some investment towards Rob is himself. So again, this is me unraveling the mystery.
And
my opinion.
Now that he's where he is, they can't feed off of him no more. They can't suck him dry. So that cleansing that he needs to sit down and make his peace with himself and with God, and he's getting the opportunity to do that. And anybody that has done as much as he has, they need that opportunity in life. We just hate to see it come at that expense, but he's playing basketball.
That nigga said he said we hate to see this come to this expense on R. Kelly, which we the supporters we really do. But then he goes into trying to make it normal, like the environment R. Kelly is in is the environment he's supposed to be in by saying, well, he's around guys in jail and they get to play basketball. Nigga, that ain't what the fuck this about, dumbass. Like, is he for real? Listen to this.
Done as much as he has, they need that opportunity in life. We just hate to see it come at that expense, but he's playing basketball in there. You know, the guys in there, they got new stories that they hear from the king of R&B. Some of those guys are going home, saying, "Oh man, we were chilling." I mean, so
this is crazy.
That's the part that I would like to think that he's in there, and Rob was one of those guys that like to stay around his guys. I mean, every day we had to get the cigars, the Hennessy. You know, we meeting at Diggs, we meeting at the gym. He stayed around his guys, and he enjoyed that kind of stuff. I mean, so he's hanging with a new group guys, and those guys are looking at him differently than the ones on the outside is. So, and I think it's more genuine now. I mean, because a lot of people in there,
he think the niggas in jail is more genuine. I mean,
that's a great thing.
He's crazy.
Learning to read and write, which is an excellent thing for him. So, you're gonna have your days when you're feeling hopeless and helpless. But at the moment, and I've been behind bars. I mean, I'm not one of those guys that ain't been in that. I did my little foolishness as a kid. I ain't spent that kind of time in there. But that's where you decide on who you're going to be for the rest of your life. I mean, and when I was sitting there and talking to God, and everybody said, "You know what? This is foolish."
It's about to come up where he admits to working with the feds.
That wind me up, under somebody else's control, and I just made a decision not to do that more. So I think, based on personal experience, that when Rob reaches that conclusion with his life, we're going to see something miraculous happen. I mean, we've seen the universe and God do some tremendous things, and I think this will be one of those things.
Okay.
So to the fans, he's exactly where this is God's plan.
Wow. This is not God. He's crazy.
This is exactly what God intends him to be like.
He tried to play on our spiritual people.
Well, is there anything else you want to add? So, is there any?
As long as you listen, I appreciate in the very beginning when you called me, you said you asked.
Look, she about to clear that up. I didn't call you.
You didn't make it public knowledge, and I said, listen, at this time, I don't want to go public because I'm investigating things and I don't need any attention, and you respected that. So me giving you the.
Let me pause it. He said he's investigating things because he's being used by the feds, and he's about to admit it, but she's going to stop him first and correct that he never communicated with her prior to now.
This time now, is I've been talking more now to folks, and you have a platform that reaches thousands of people, and people need to hear the other side. At least it's been told. I mean, when that day comes and he's adjudicating this case, they'll say, you know what? Wow.
We never talked on the phone, though.
Never.
In the very beginning.
Never.
No, we never talked on the phone.
He looks stupid as fuck.
Through social media.
Right, social media. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And I just exactly. So
he talked to too many people. I don't know who he spoke to.
I don't ever reveal who. People always wonder well, where is he? I just
I mean, so I respect anybody that stays neutral. Even the ones that don't, I respect it because it's a journalistic agenda. I may not agree with the advantage point, but
I lie.
Listen to how you and a few of the other bloggers go, and it's like, let me give y'all a side that'll bring y'all more attention and more views because.
Let me pause it. He does this every time he goes on somebody's platform. Let me give you a side that's gonna bring you more views and more attention. Nobody wants your negative devil having ass attention because what you have done. You are going to face the music for it, and you have been exposed. And here, let him tell you how the feds got wrapped up.
Eventually, one day, and this may or may not happen, we may all have to mobilize, and y'all are the infantry. You guys hold the mob, and when that, the time comes, I believe that we'll have some things to arm you guys with more so to really get out there and fight his honor. So if I can come on and win anything to give people the light of the other side, and I'm gonna just mention those names in closing. And
more name drop.
I'm not in the case. I'm not a witness for the other side.
Let's pause it. He says he's not part of the case.
And I'm gonna just mention those names in closing.
Or a witness, which he is though. He's a liar.
I can do that. I'm not in the case. I'm not a witness for the other side, any of that stuff. So me saying.
Oh, that is the question that I wanted to ask you. There was somebody said something about all of the people who were working with R. Kelly, like currently, like when he went through the federal indictment. Someone said that everybody turned on him and everybody flipped and everybody was working with the feds. Is there any truth to that?
He fell back.
Absolutely. I mean, that happened before he got locked up. I mean, this
Let's pause it. So here he's telling y'all how before R. Kelly got locked up, how the feds got involved and how they already spoke to these people. I told you the feds already was investigating. They just hadn't picked R. Kelly up yet. And they was hoping leaving him out, they would get something. But then they wanted to bring him in also just because of the swarming allegations that he was going to try to lead the country and this, that, and the other. So here he is telling it how, yes, the feds got involved, and hear him telling it out of his own mouth prior to R. Kelly getting picked up. They came and hollered at him. They took his damn phone. They went through his shit. We heard him say this before on phases, but what he didn't tell us is that they sealed his damn indictment so we wouldn't know he was also being federally charged because he ended up taking a deal to work with them. That's why they got him out here, and that's why he's still out here.
With the feds, is there any truth to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that happened before he got locked up. I mean, this investigation has been going on for some years. I mean, and that's because you have
pause. This investigation has been going on for years. Mind you, this is 2020. This commentary. R. Kelly was picked up in 2019. We heard nothing about no Fed talk until 2019, but he's confirming that the feds have been investigating for years. So that's when they've been investigating for years. Then yes, that might have some truth that they was conspiring to take the man down and already wrapped up a lot of people to do what has been done to get him fucked up so they can lock him up, take his shit, everybody disperse and flip on each other and tell on one another. He's admitting it.
He got locked up. I mean, this investigation has been going on for some years. I mean, and that's because you have people like Shoutout and the Lindemanns, all these folks.
Everybody but him.
So much stealing from him that
they came and got you.
They had to put landmines in the road to stop him from suing them. So when certain things come through, and it's a multitude of complaints, it gets escalated to a certain jurisdiction. So the feds had called in about certain complaints a long time ago, that was our Homeland Security, and an investigation was launched. It wasn't an investigation of high value because there was really nothing to support it. So what's giving it all its validity now is those folks that were part of his team.
Let's pause it. I got to help y'all understand what he's saying here. I don't want y'all to get too far into this and not know what he's saying. So basically, the investigation launched. They did not have enough to really take R. Kelly down. So what happened was everything he did in terms of gathering up all these so-called alleged victims, and not only that, but also the fact that he played a valuable role in Richard R. Jr., Michael Williams, as well as what he did with the gun threat. That's what sealed R. Kelly's deal. That gun threat came in before the feds came in and got R. Kelly. The gun threat came in 2018 to stop the premiere of Surviving R. Kelly that came out in 2019. So that's how you know he was behind all of this stuff. And that's how you can see he's the clear path to R. Kelly getting fucked up and these bribery charges and this fucking intimidation of a witness and blowing up cars and shit and stopping the premiere. All that stuff happened prior to the feds coming in to get R. Kelly. They didn't have nothing on him. So what made it stick was him threatening the gun, Michael Will blowing up the car, and Richard R. trying to bribe the witness to not come testify. That's what it was. Boom.
Escalated to a certain jurisdiction. So the feds had called in about certain complaints a long time ago, that was our Homeland Security, and an investigation was launched. It wasn't an investigation of high value because there was really nothing to support it. So what's giving it all its validity now is those folks that were part of his team say, "Oh shit, he's on to us. He's gonna sue us." Let's go and call that federal agent that called me 10 years ago back.
Pause. Yes, R. Kelly was on to your motherfucking ass, as well as the rest of you motherfuckers who was extorting him. He was on to y'all. So, like you're saying, that's when you decided to look in your archives and pull up that fucking investigator from 10 years ago and call the investigator and say, hey, we can take down R. Kelly. He's telling the plot. Boom. Pieces.
So what's giving it all this validity now is those folks that were part of his team saying, "Oh shit, he's on to us. He's gonna sue us. Let's go and call that federal agent that called me 10 years ago or 5 years ago and ask me, do I know anything? Let me start talking now." And that's essentially what happened in his case. People started going and turning to the other side to protect them against what he was going to eventually do to them for all the stealing and stuff that they had.
Kells was coming for Don ass.
Oh, okay, so who is still a part of his team? You're still a part of his team, you say, and then like, so how many people are still like, with him?
I can't answer that. I mean, because everybody that I've talked to, I've witnessed contempt. I mean, I've said it.
Let me pause it. He's witnessed contempt. So that means he is in contempt. He really can't speak on that because you got to listen to the language of the words he is using and the meaning of these words, y'all. I can't stress this enough. Listen.
How many people are still like, with him?
I can't answer that. I mean, because everybody that I've talked to, I've witnessed contempt.
He's witnessed contempt.
With some of his 20-year niggas, as they call themselves, and they've set up and talked about what he didn't do for them and the people around him. And I'm like, first of all, if you didn't feel your value was being properly, whatever, respected, then you should have took your ass somewhere else. Y'all were his friends. He didn't say that he was going to pay you to be his homies. That wasn't one of the line items on his budgets. So, I mean, if he took you to the pond, if you can't get out and fish yourself, then that's on you. I mean, so I don't think Rob really has any true friends. I mean, I don't think he has a team that's out there because, they was in every video. Where they at now? He ain't shooting videos. He needs you in a whole other capacity. Where you at now? I mean, I don't have to be the only one here telling these stories. These guys were around him for those 20 years.
You telling it because you agreed to tell it to the feds.
Why aren't they exposing Jasmine and Johanna and all that for what it is? They said they were there. They were at those events. Why aren't they doing it? So, they worried about their job? They worried about the books or whatever, or any of those other things that they got going on? Come on, man. Serious. This is a man's life at stake. Y'all sat down and
he tried to make it sound good, y'all.
Y'all screwed women that came into those events just as many as he did.
He telling on the niggas. Listen to him telling it. So, like y'all did this. Y'all drank his liquor. Y'all fucked these bitches.
Enough information that could, and it's just like I've seen some of these chat rooms and some of the bloggers and stuff like that in the groups. They've done some hell of a investigation work.
I get sent so much. There's so much that people think, and the people who are
right. So that's millions. He got millions of team players all around the world, but the guys that was closer to him, whatever. I mean, they can say what it be. I done been told, be quiet, don't talk no more, do this, man. Fuck y'all. Y'all ain't got. I'm not worried or concerned with any of that. The bottom line is, y'all were around this man when the ship went down, and where you motherfuckers at now? Ain't nobody trying to revive it, pack the holes up, nothing. They went on about
she gonna ask him about his fan support, and he stutters, y'all.
Ain't no more girls to bang. They gone. They disappeared. Vanished. Poof. Gone. The fans are the one that's out here doing all this research to help this man get free. So that's his team. Those are his teams, and he got millions of those.
Do you feel like he should do time for what do you think that he is innocent of versus what do you
he
think
said innocent? You gotta see his face, y'all.
Situation. I think at the end of the day, Rob had enough resources to get help, to seek some counseling on his own. So if anything, he immersed himself around people that didn't give a shit about him. That's the only thing that I would say that he's guilty about, of keeping the wrong people in his camp, on his team, or whatever you want to call it. His 20-year niggas was the wrong guys. So he's guilty of that because those are the ones that allowed him to be where he is. This happened on their watch, not mine. The shit, the damn smokestacks was getting water in it when I came on. So with that being said, I mean, this is.
What do you think he's innocent of?
Innocent? I mean,
innocent, dumbass.
Do you feel like he should be in jail right now?
Did you hear him stutter?
I feel like he should be
yourself. And unfortunately, jail puts you in a position where you can accomplish that.
He said jail makes you be to yourself.
He can think clearly and clear his
He's
mind,
crazy.
His body, his soul, his chi, all of that stuff. And that's what he's doing right now. He's clearing his mind, body, and soul. And when he comes out of this, he's going to come back just like this guy on the wall up here behind me, fighting real hard. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
So with that being said,
he said Rob needed to be to himself. He said he gonna fight hard like this wall. He feels he needs to be in jail, basically. And then he's talking away from us supporters as well. Hold on.
He's in the right place. I mean,
he's in the right place. That's a dirty nigga.
This is not to me a question of innocent or guilt. This is somebody who makes bad decisions in life, and he needs to make amends with that. He needs to come to grips with that. That he put himself in positions by keeping the wrong people around him, that he's going through what he's going through. So
shout out to Niki Knight.
I mean, he's my friend. I've never seen anything to say that he's a bad person. Rob's a great person. There's a lot of great things that he's done in life. He has paid for years for his false things. It's so many people that send me great things that this man has done outside of what I want myself.
People sending him things. He's crazy.
Open door. When he paid for everything, he wouldn't charge nobody to get in. They could come to his studio and rub shoulders with him, slap it up with him, hug him, drink his liquor. So I mean, even when he didn't have no damn money, he down there.
Let me pause this. He said R.Kelly would have open door and he would do things basically for everybody. Do that not sound the same as the company that he's building called Indie Build, where he says it's a free service? It's where he want to bring people together and make it look like he's somebody that he's not. So what I gathered from that alone was that it sounded like Indie Build, the services that he wanted. He basically want R. Kelly's life, and he want to take it and create Indie Bill to make that look like the way R. Kelly would open up his doors to people and offer, free services and things like that, and just basically pay for everything. That's what Indie Build is. Indie Build is a free service for upcoming artists where they can get all their money. They ain't got to worry about nobody taking nothing from them. This has come out of his mouth, okay? This is not my words. These are Don Russell words. I'm just reiterating it. So it sounds like he wanted R. Kelly's life for his damn self. Oh, bastard ass motherfucker.
Bartenders buying cheap liquor, pouring in Hennessy bottles and shit just so Rob could have a good evening and people could have fun. But he did not ever cut himself off despite what he was going through from his fans, from the people that he thought cared about him. I mean, so
do you know, okay, so and I said I was gonna ask you the last question, but then some questions popped up to eat. They had to knock on the door if they wanted to drink. What do you know the validity to any of that? Like, is he controlling the girls or anything like that?
First of all that when I'm hearing those rumors is live, because I mean, we done been down that studio. Rob treats everybody. You don't buy no damn. I've never seen him buy some chips in his life. He buys pizzas, roasted chicken, gourmet meals, and he'll have whenever delivery came. The girls would be upstairs in the apartment outside the studio. The guys would be downstairs watching games or whatever, be the case, talking shit. And he would send them their food upstairs, and we would have ours downstairs. I mean, I mean, there wasn't a room in that studio, and hell, the whole city of Chicago administrative down at the Department of Buildings went through it. Did they ever once show you a lock that you can lock on the outside and lock the inside? I'm sure they would have showed you that. Every damn one of his apartments, they went to Trump. Did you see any rooms in there that you can lock from the outside and keep somebody on the inside? They damn sure would have reported that. So how is it that he was locking them in? These girls didn't want to leave because they were scared that somebody else would take their positions. That's all that was. I mean, so it wasn't about him keeping them. Well, I could have anybody in the world that he wanted. It's King R&B. Women are lining up every day throwing panties on the stage or whatever just to get to him. I mean, so that was all out. So they all had cell phones. They stayed on their damn cell phones. I mean, that's how he communicated with them. through cell phone. I mean, so
people are saying like they're brainwashed and all of that crap.
Yeah, no, okay. All right. Well, the ones that believe that are actually the ones that's brainwashed. I mean, they believe in what media says and not the truth. Okay, well, show me that. I mean, can I do that right? Are you getting sleepy? Are you brainwashed? That just don't even make sense, man. You saw how Azriel responded. This girl, did she seem like somebody that can be brainwashed? Hell no. If anything, she manipulated him. It wasn't the other way around. I mean, these women are there crafty. They know how to do things that they want done. And
yeah, I don't believe that Azriel is a victim. I was gonna do like a whole video because you Bob can power.
Women, don't value themselves as much, and they think the key to a man's heart is through their JJ. I mean, so with that being said, it's like most of them took that approach, and when they didn't get love in exchange, you know what I mean, they got all now they the victim. I mean, they're the victim of their own faults, not anything that he did to them. They thought that they was gonna capture him through that, and it didn't happen. So I mean, victim, no, absolutely. I've never seen a victim around that man. Nobody that couldn't leave whatever they wanted to. What I saw was this bitch still here. Damn, I'm sorry for the word, B, but why is she still here? We've been gone for hours. Why did she leave?
Here's another narrative.
I mean, because we going somewhere to take care of business.
Here's another narrative that was used against R. Kelly. These girls was sitting around for hours, not getting this, not getting that. When they came, he just said when they came back, like he called her a bitch by accident, but like, damn, these bitches is still here. So here's the narrative again that was spun out there during R. Kelly's past trial.
They thought that they were going to capture him through that, and it didn't happen. So I mean, victim, no, absolutely. I've never seen a victim around that man. Nobody that couldn't leave whatever they wanted to. What I saw was this bitch still here. Damn, I'm sorry for the word, B, but why is she still here? We've been gone for hours. Why did she leave? She on the couch sleep. You know what I mean? Because we going somewhere to take care of business, or he in the studio recording, he didn't say peace out there, buddy. We go back up there, she's still on the couch like, yeah, fuck. It's like, I have never been like that, so I don't understand what that attraction is. So, but to see that, it was like, so now they turned that into they was a victim? No. I mean, if anything,
them wanting to stay and everything.
But no, they ate well when they was with him. They drank well when they was with him. Wherever he had them in a private sprinter to they sell. So imagine you stripping that from somebody who ain't never had it, obviously. They're going to say some pretty vicious things about you, period.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's that.
Well, and that pretty much concludes that. And then I'm going to play this last little clipping for y'all just to show y'all something else. And then I'm done. I'll be back with more at a later time. And if anybody want to hit my Cash App, there it is, floating at the bottom of the screen as well as on the screen. Okay, so let me get this out here. So just never forget these words that that was said.
When you drive, you got to hide the phone. So the 29th, I thought a lot of these people start going to jail. Some people just say something, I act on it. I ain't no kid, I ain't no teenager, grown man, so you have to handle things in a grown way, in a grown profession. Way you have to handle
This is Tim Savage responding. He predicted that Don was going to jail. He was exposing Don, basically. And see, we didn't understand at the time that the Savage, what, you know what I'm saying? Because we are outsiders looking in. We won't never know everything fully until it all reveals itself. So what ended up happening was after, Don did that interview that, the Savages came out, the Clarys came out. I'll be doing some follow-ups on those videos when I get more time, but I just wanted to come on here, and I didn't mean to stay on for 4 hours and 30 minutes, but thank you to everybody that stayed and stuck it out with us. But here's Tim Savage saying who was going to go to jail. So he spoke about Kimberly Tyrese, and Kimberly is the lady who we saw in the fight between Azriel and Joycelyn when she said, Kimberly, you're going to jail, mama. So he's saying that Kimberly is going to jail, and now he's also saying that Don Russell is also going to go to jail, which we know because now the sealed indictment has revealed itself. But let's see if he drops any more names.
Kimberly, Tyrese, one of the ones that I'm going to speak on. Don, you next. I'm going to put out facts. Day that you call yourself recording me, there's a police report out there for that. So if you didn't know that, the police was standing right there. Now, any of you people want to know about that police report? That police report was filed, or narrative was filed, in Henry County, Georgia.
So we can go to Henry County, Georgia, and get that police report. Definitely can get that document.
That's the reason why the conversation.
So if any of my subscribers want to be helpful and want to reach out to the Henry County and get that police report that the Clarys has filed against Don Russell, and that is true because I had discovered something during the reading that I wasn't aware, that during the time of the recording that James Mason was threatening the Savages, allegedly, that Don Russell also participated in that threat. So that's something that I'm not sure if you all knew either, but just wanted to put that out here. He did a lot to stop this from happening because it was going to expose him, and he ended up not wanting it to be exposed because, like I said, the feds were involved. And so once they swooped up Don, then it made it where he ended up cooperating with them to take down R.Kelly, as well as the associates, bodyguards, bus drivers, the girls, and anybody else whom he can throw under the bus to try to get himself no sentence or a lighter sentence.
The police was right there listening to every word. So, Don Russell, you just made a big mistake by admitting that you recorded the conversation. That's all the police was waiting on, to find out that you admitting that you recorded the conversation. So now it's proper cause to start legal actions against you. So you made that huge mistake, bro. Now, the next thing is, I started my YouTube channel.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause that, but because I just wanted to put that out there, of other charges that has been brought against Don. And again, if you guys can obtain it, I'll do my part to obtain it as well. And I know it's lots of talks about, emails going around, that R. Kelly is emailing everybody, he's reaching out to everybody. I'm gonna get down to the bottom of what's happening surrounding that. So stay tuned for that as well, because that is something I will be revealing once I get the final conclusion and the answer to what's going on surrounding that. And you guys know I'm full of recordings. I love to record people. This is what I do. It's not a secret, and I'm not going to make it a secret. It's a fact. It's a known fact. So because people wants to come for my channel, people want to, insert themselves and try to, get me to be discreditable. It's so much happening that I'm going to be bringing some facts to y'all as soon as I get it. I'm talking in riddles because I'm not coming straight out with exactly what it is, but in an indirect way, I will be investigating some stuff to bring some clarity to us supporters and subscribers, because we need to know, and we don't want to be false flagging, if that's what they call it, out in different parts of the world, or perpetrating or faking it and fronting and doing all that fake stuff. Over here we keep it real. We say what we mean what we say, and we definitely keeps it real all day every day. And over here at Pieces of the Puzzle, that's just what we do. But that's my time. I do appreciate each and every one of you guys. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Thank you guys for sticking it out with me for 4.5 hours. I think this is one of my longest lives ever. But it was necessary to get through the beginning to the end without breaking it down into two parts. I thank y'all, and I appreciate you guys. I will be back because I have some more stuff that I want to present to you guys, and I'm still waiting on that big bang and that big boom to bring y'all what I have for y'all. So anyway, just remember in Kel's words, he loves us all. He does appreciate us, and he he's really feeding off of our positive energy, and that how we come together, particularly over here at Pieces of the Puzzle, because this channel is dedicated to him and it's for him, and it's for the injustice, not only for him, but for injustice for any man that may be facing falsely accusing or being wrongfully convicted. So over here, we're fighting for all men's rights, but our focus is most definitely R. Kelly. Free them all, free Larry Hoover, but free R. Kelly, and do it now. And remember, in his words, not the way it's supposed to be. I love you guys. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Shout out to the very best support group over here at Pieces of the Puzzle. You guys rock. And God bless each and every one of y'all. Free R. Kelly and keep him prayed up. And don't forget, today is 12 days till Christmas. Let's get them cards out there. Let's get them letters out there. Let's uplift his spirits during this trying time of the most wonderful time of the year. Free R. Kelly.
Red's not supposed to be green, like face not supposed to be seen. The sky's not supposed to touch the ground, and a square's not supposed to be round. The moon's not supposed to touch the sun, and a two is not supposed to be a one. And the heart's not supposed to weigh a ton, and forever's not supposed to be done. Winter's not supposed to come in June. Now you're not supposed to have the blues. There are so many things that are not supposed to be, babe, except you and me. There are so many things that are not supposed to be. Ooh, babe, yeah, except you and me. Night's not supposed to be long. Yeah. No one is supposed to be alone. Understanding is not supposed to be confused. And the wind is not supposed to lose. Like fire's not supposed to freeze. Or like joy is not supposed to grieve. Like you are not supposed to leave. What I said I'm not supposed to mean. He is not supposed to have your heart. Maybe we are not supposed to be apart. There are so many things that are not supposed to be said. You and me. There are so many things that are not supposed to be. Hey, hey. It seems just like no season changing. All this earth and no creation. Oh, heart and no feelings. Or a sickness without healing. Just like a frozen spring. Bird with no wings. Just like a song without a key. That's how my life would be. Like the night skies with no stars. Lonely road. No holding in the rocks in the park. That's how it would be if we were apart. There are so many things, yeah, except love. So many things that are not supposed to be. Like having nowhere to be. Like having no life to breathe. Like having no right to the sea. There are so many things that not supposed to be. Not supposed to be. Except you and me. Babe. Yeah, yeah. Babe. Yeah. Except you and me.
Pieces.